Guys, do I need a silly intro? Do I need a silly intro? I have a sign off phrase, but I don't really use it. The freaking Otsuhime. But I don't ever. I feel like when I start streaming, I just go, hi. Because they're like, dear fucking god, here she is again. Or is it endearing at this point? Is it endearing? Hi. Hello, everybody. You did have one? I only did the fucking Hello Hime Nation? You mean that? The donor nation? My YouTube intro? No. No, it's so cringe when I say it. Oh, that? Oh, I know what you're talking about. Oh. That's too long of an intro. The Fear the Tremors Mortals one? It's too long for me to say every time. Maybe we lead off with an Ojo laugh. I have to be in such a headspace to do it. Ding dong. Fear the what? Wait, you've never... Oh, I made up like a really cringe, chuny tag, like, phrase. And it's like, hold on. It goes a little something like, it goes... it goes... Fear the tremors, mortals. I am Heme Hinketsuki, the Ebon Nexus, commander of shadows and fate itself. That. No! Holy chills. It's so cringe. It's so crinkle. But that's the point. That's why I made it. It was supposed to be crinkle. Cringly, scrungly. Cringe. Absolute cinema. Absolute. The edgy stuff doesn't fit the character at all, /S. It's more like me. It's a me issue. Like, I made it up to be cringe, and like sometimes I take physical damage whenever I say it because yeah. But it's also very long. I just like saying hi. Hi. My tummy hurts. I put too many shallots, I think. They're not onions. You know the mini onions, but they like kind of purpley, but they're small. They're called shallots, I'm pretty sure. I put too much shallots in my food. And now my tummy hurts a little bit. It's okay. I didn't have any other vegetables. I ran out of beans. I've been on a beans and rice kick for the last couple of days. Cooked or raw? I cooked them in some garlic butter. A little bit of garlic butter. What are those? Cornball snack. Bolitas. Did you guys know that Cheeto makes hot balls? Like shallot rings? I cut them up into like slices. Little slices. Hi! Hello! I have a dink. Are they good? That's got me a snack. I did not. Yeah, apparently they're called bolitas. All of the writing on it is in Spanish. Cornball chili snack cheese chili pepper artificial flavored ball. Let me try this. Hi! I like these. They have a very like what's the term? You know that like spicy but sour kind of taste that like tahini has? That's what these taste like. They're pretty good. That's a lot of flavor in one ball. I'm gonna save these for later. For when I'm gaming and then I can get my Cheeto dust all over my mouse. Sorry, no zero sugar Gatorade? What the fuck? What is this? 200 fucking calories for some juice. That's okay. I got orange mango body armor. Pika? I haven't had a like full sugar drink in a while. Holy shit, that punches. What the fuck? I always drink sugar, like zero sugar drinks. I'm gonna have to put some water in it. Holy shit, I feel like an old lady. I feel like an old lady diluting my drinks. They used to sell those when I was a little babu. Wait, so they're like retro? I have some retro chips? They used to have these plastic tubes with the screw-off lid. What are you doing? Dust just took my drink. What are you doing to my drink? It's sweet. I tried a different gas station that was closer and it was the one we went to when we saw your mom, and I was hoping it would have fun snacks in it, but it was kind of mid there. Wait, it's the same gas station? Wait, what? Interesting. Interesting. Like the same chain. Oh, okay. That's a lot of flavor in one ball. Yeah, corn ball, snack, cheese, chili pepper. No, it's just cheese and chili pepper. That's 2 flavors. I think that's good enough. 2 flavors is good. When you start going to 3 and 4 flavors, I'm like, oh god, that's way too much. I won't name the chain for obvious reasons. You know, you don't even gotta say that. I know why you're not saying it. I found them. They were called Cheetos Asteroids. These are like spicy though. I remember Asteroids. I remember those. Were those spicy? I never ate the Asteroids. Mama Hinketsuki didn't let me have a lot of junk food. So like, especially the ones that were in those like plastic bottles. She never really let me have those. They had a Flamin' Hot version? Oh, this is a little different than Flamin' Hot. Like, it quite literally tastes like tahini. Which I kind of like. Here, I'll show you a picture. I'll show you a picture. Yeah, this one looks like this. I think it's only a Mexican Cheeto. Oh, why is this picture so big? Oh no, I'm scared. Oh god, it didn't look that large. It's this. Bolitas. That's what that's literally what my bag looks like. Yeah, it's a little bit different than Flamin' Hot. It doesn't taste like Flamin' Hot. I started like not liking the Flaming Hot flavor. You know when they start to put it on other chips? Like Flamin' Hot Funyuns and stuff like that? Then you're kind of like, dang, this kind of sucks. I think it's because I'm too spoiled by a hot Cheeto with lime in it. Like, though, that's good. That's good. And then I have regular hot Cheetos and I'm like, meh. Meh. You know what spice is good though? The Doritos Tapatio. Fuck. They need to use that flavor more. Yeah, bolitas. Yeah. Bolitas. They need to start using the Doritos Tapatio flavor more. Doritos Tapatio. I don't know if you guys have seen this before. I'll show you a picture. Dude, I used to buy bags of these and I would just sit there and that's what I would eat for the day. It'd just be a giant bag of these bitches. These shits are good. These shits are good. You know what else is good? You take some popcorn with like no flavor on it, and you put Tapatio hot sauce on it. Fug. That shit fugs. They should make a powder flavor. Yeah, I know they have tahini, but they should make a powdered Tapatio flavor so I can sprinkle it over my popcorn. Those look phenomenal, but never had them. They're so good. I bet it has red 40 in it. Oh, absolutely. Look at it. Spicy sabritones are pretty good. I've never had those, but I've seen them. Red 40. Yeah. I love when I go to the bathroom and it looks like a crime scene afterwards because of all the red 40 I've consumed. Let me put these in the corner. Once again, talking about food. I should just rebrand into a food VTuber. There's a food YouTube that showed you how to do that. Too bad he got bullied for saying Tapatio weird. Why? Because he didn't say like Tapatio? What did he say? I'm trying to think of how you could say it weird. Tapatio. Tapatio. I think that's as weird as you can say it. Tapatio. He said it with like with the accent. He said it like that with the accent. Tapatio. What's wrong with that? Dang, did they bully him because they were like, white boy trying to use the Spanish accent? That's fucked up, I think. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Somebody tries to make an effort in order to say something as correct as possible. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. I think that's messed up. I don't know, man. That's fucked. Because there's like an accent on the I. So, I mean, like, you know, you kind of have to use an accent. Well, you don't have to, right? But it's like pretty appropriate. Garlic with chili oil? Ooh, I love chili oil. We're out of chili oil. I haven't had any in a long time. Man, my favorite breakfast used to be whenever I was like super into the high protein like way of eating, I would take one of those like Dave's bagels, the ones that are supposed to be lower carb, the everything bagels. And then I put an egg and cottage cheese on it, but it was like a chili oil egg. I fried the egg in chili oil, and then I topped it with more chili oil. That shit was pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, this shit was pretty good. Sorry. We need to get some. I love garlic chili oil. The garlic chili oil we got before was from Trader Joe's. Not the Laoganma. The Laoganma is good though, because I like the little beans they put in it. I love beans. I can't fucking say beans without thinking of that meme. Beans. I wonder what that tastes like on chicken? Like chili oil? I'd say it's pretty decent. I don't know if I would do it by itself. I don't know. To me, chili oil, I don't know. I wouldn't use it as like a normal topping on a lot of things. And that's probably like a really weird thing for me to say, because people rant and rave about chili oil being the best thing they've ever had and they put it on everything. I don't know if it belongs on everything. I wouldn't put it on some raw ass chicken. Like if it was just like a baked chicken breast, I would not put chili oil on it and eat it. I would need other spices. You know, like more of like an Asian flavor blend of spice on the chicken, and then I could probably add chili oil and it would be pretty good. I think just like straight chili oil on some just like salt, pepper chicken. Maybe. Actually, I don't know. That might be okay. I don't know. That might be all right, actually. Chili oil brine. I like it with noodles mostly. Yeah, it's very good on noodles. In soups, it's really good. Like topping it over creamy dishes, which is why the cottage cheese breakfast bagel with the Laoganma was so good. Well, there's a difference between chili oil, I think, and like what people think when I say chili oil and like Laoganma. It's different. Chili oil Alfredo would bang. That would bang. People on the internet are weird? I don't know, man. It's like, is he trying to make fun of it? No, I don't think so. He's just saying tapatio. Tapatio. It's not too different from tapatio. Like, I don't even know how I say the hot sauce normally anymore. Tapatio. Yeah, tapatio and then tapatio. You're just shortening the syllables a little bit and then putting an accent on the I. Hello, Hime. Hello, Arturian. Hello, hello. Do I say hi to everybody now? Before we get too far into the yap? Are you guys enjoying Higurashi? Out of curiosity. Not that I would drop it. I'm just curious. Are you guys enjoying it? I hope it's not too boring. I'm trying to think of where we are now. Where are we? Like chapter 6 or something like that? How? I think there's like 12 chapters in Higurashi chapter 1. Yeah? Okay. Just making sure. I know it's just me like reading and stuff. I'm kind of more gauging if you guys would want to watch me do like more visual novels in the future. Or say tu patio. Patio read like ratio. Patio. Oh. I've been enjoying it. It's something I've never really experienced. Corpse Party. Oh. Experienced the VN? Corpse Party? Oh, that's right. We read Book of Shadows together. We did. We did do Book of Shadows on stream. When are they gonna release the Corpse Party 2, man? When are they releasing Corpse Party 2? That shit has been delayed for a year or more now. I think at this point, I need Corpse Party 2. However, I will be patient because I do want them to do it right. I do want them to do it right. Corpse Party by Beloved. Corpse Party by Beloved. Ow, my ear itches. Ow. Have you guys ever gone to get your ears cleaned, like, professionally? You know when they do, like, ear irrigation and stuff like that? Like, how do you know when you need to do that? How do you know? I had somebody who bought one of those, like, TikTok ear cleaners. The thing with the silicone end where you literally, like, pull the earwax out of your ear. And they pulled out, like, a pretty good chunk of earwax. And I'm just like, how do you know when you need to do that? Does it feel like your ear is full? No. But then again, I don't think I would know if I know what that feels like. I don't know if I would know. Because I've never done it before. You hear better than me? I suppose. Shihigu on my Rashi till I cry. Nope, just Q-tip after a shower. Yeah, that's usually what I do. I just like hit it with a Q-tip. But then you hear those videos and it's like, oh, Q-tips is just pushing the earwax further and further into your ear. And I'm like, how do I know there's not just a bunch of earwax blocking my ear all the way back there? Like, I don't know. You shouldn't use Q-tips? Yeah, that's what I hear. That's what I hear. I do a candle wax every 6 months. So, wax candle from the pharmacy. So how does this work? Let me look this up on YouTube really quick. You guys can watch with me. Let me just find a video. Because I'm genuinely curious about this. Candle. Ear candle wax. I found a short. I'm scared. I found a short video. We can watch this together. This was like one of the first results.
is an ear candle, and most people believe that putting it into your ear and lighting it creates a vacuum that sucks out your earwax. But that's not actually true. It's been proven that these candles don't actually produce a vacuum, and instead of pulling the earwax out, the melted wax from the candle can actually drip down into your ear canal, and this wax can harden, causing blockages inside the ear that might require a doctor.
Guys, I'm scared. Candle ear cleaning is actually horrible for you and can potentially damage the inner ear. Zach D Films? I don't know this guy. Oh no, it's Zach Films? Okay. Who is this guy? Who is this guy? The heat from the candle heats the wax in your ear and liquefies it. Oh. Stick it in your ear and light it on fire. Development takes time. For better or worse, who knows what the cycles have been, especially with this kind of horror. That's true. He makes fucked up exclamation videos with CGI. It's funny. It's never done that to me. Would you lick earwax for money? No. Ew. He's not bad. He just makes crazy, sometimes gory or a bit vulgar shorts. One of my brothers swears by candle earwax cleaning. Maybe this is the wrong video. Let me find something else. There's a 5-minute video of a doctor talking about this. Okay. I found this video. Oh no. Guys, I think we're going down a rabbit hole. This is like a 5-minute video.
Hi guys, Cliff Olson, Doctor of Audiology and founder of
Hi.
Applied Hearing Solutions in Phoenix, Arizona. And in this video, I'm talking about using ear candles to remove earwax. Coming up. Ear candles are extremely popular inside of the alternative and holistic medicine communities.
I've never heard of this. So him saying it's popular, also... How do I know this guy's an actual doctor? How do I know? He may go into someone will find educational surgery videos. Hi Heme, how's it going? Pretty good. We're researching ear candle waxing.
Being a former massage therapist myself, I'm very familiar with using ear candles for
Wait, he's a massage
therapist?
What does that have to do with
ear? There are a lot of proposed additional benefits of using ear candles, including the relief of sinus infections, ear infections, sore throats, ear pressure and pain, and have even been touted as a way to perform earwax removal. And if you've ever performed ear candling on yourself, you've probably noticed a big glob of wax at the bottom of the candle when you were finished. Naturally, this begs the question, does ear candling remove earwax? And the answer may surprise you. Now, if this is the first time
you're give me the answer
about ear candling, let me explain to you what it is and where it came from.
I want to see it actually be done.
Ear candles, otherwise known as
Hinketsuki, 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 Hinketsuki.
Thank you so much for the 21-month resub.
Or the ancient Greeks centuries ago. Modern ear candles like this one are made up of cloth, and then that cloth is coated in a wax, oftentimes beeswax. It is a hollow cylinder all the way through. Let me see if I can show you that there on camera. So there's nothing actually inside of there.
Do you feel like it warm?
And a large opening on the other end. To use an ear candle, you either lie down on your side, placing the small opening of the candle into your ear canal, with the large opening pointing towards the ceiling. Or you can sit upright with the candle pointing towards the wall. This is largely due to preference, but ear candle users often debate on the best positioning. Then you light the large end of the candle and let it burn down to approximately 3 or 4 inches away from your ear. The theory behind this is that the flame on the large end will actually create a suction effect that will pull earwax and anything else that's inside of your ear canals into the bottom of the ear candle. When you're done,
is that true? Does that actually happen?
The remaining portion of the candle to reveal what was pulled out of your ears. All right, guys, before I show you what we actually pulled out of an ear,
you guys have pictures of what it's pulled out of your ear? Can I see it?
Click the like button. It really helps out my channel because it gets these videos in front
no
of
one asked.
Earwax. Well, unfortunately, researchers have identified that the answer to that question is no. Research is extremely consistent when it comes to earwax removal using ear candles, and it continues to show that ear candling does not actually remove any earwax, and it can also be extremely dangerous. As it turns out, the wax that you discover at the bottom of an ear candle is just the melted beeswax from the top portion of the candle. And just to make sure, I've tested this inside of my own clinic multiple times. But what if you don't actually believe me or all of the research for that matter? Well, I say, just see for yourself. This is where using a video endoscope like the EarView MD from Eosera, today's video sponsor, comes into play. If you actually take a look inside of your ear canals prior to performing ear candling, you will see exactly how much earwax you have inside of your ears.
That's okay. So you know what I want to know, right? You know when you go to a doctor and then the doctor sticks that thing inside your ear and they look inside your ear? They're probably trying to look at like what, like your sinuses or something like that. Do you think they would ever tell you, like, hey, you have, like, a disgusting amount of earwax in your ear? Do you think they would ever tell you? Because I've had plenty of nurses look in my ear and they don't say anything. So am I good? Am I good? They did to me. Okay. I'm sure they would. If it's a concerning amount, for sure, they did for me, unless it's yellow, green, black. Mine did one time. I've never had a nurse tell me that. They're always just like, your ears look good. They cleaned my ear using an irrigator since it was bad. Yeah, I've heard about the, like, ear irrigation systems. I just don't, like, where do you go to even do that? like, where, okay, first of all, I guess what I'm saying is, like, where do I go to get a consultation to know if I even need that? They do tell you that you have a lot of wax? Okay, so maybe I'm good. I don't know. Primary care doctor? I need to get a new one of those, honestly. There's a specialist, maybe? Doctors are usually looking for lumps and other stuff, if anything. Ah. Huh. I don't know. I had a friend on the timeline. They got one of those, like, TikTok ear cleaners. You know what I'm talking about? Like these little guys. I'll show you a picture really quick. Let me find it. One of these things. I'll replace the Tapatio picture. They got one of these. You know? And they actually pulled some shit out of their ear. And now I'm like, damn. Should I do that? Blame Lulu for that? It wasn't Lulu. It was, I don't want to call them out because they watch my streams. It's one of the oomphs that's also a viewer. But they put, like, they got, like, the earwax softener drops you put in your ear. And then they got this stuff and they pulled out a gnarly piece of wax. I got my wisdom teeth removed since my ears would get clogged up so much and the doctor thought it might help. Oh, free earwax consultation. That's what I'm looking for. I keep seeing Red Note streams of these thingies being used on oranges. I have one of those that's kind of gimmicky and uncomfortable. Okay. That is one eerie situation. Holy, dance with the puns. On a scale of 0 to Shrek, how much earwax is in your ear? That's what I'm trying to find out. I don't know. Like, I feel like I hear fine. I feel like I hear okay. But, okay, so why are we talking about earwax? On the topic of earwax, so there is, like, an earwax gene of, like, if you have runny earwax or, like, hard earwax. I wouldn't say runny, but, like, softer earwax versus, like, hard earwax. You know what I'm talking about? And I definitely have, like, the softer kind. Because when I clean my ears, I feel like I get it all out. Like, I feel like it doesn't just, like, harden and sit in there with me. I don't know. But I'm also concerned. Yours is dry and flaky? Yeah, I've never had that. So, like, I'm really, like, okay, do I effectively clean the earwax out of my ears? Genuinely, the best thing you can do to start is to just have a hot shower and blast your ear for a minute or two. That'll loosen up and remove most of it. Unless it's like a wax obelisk inside. Hold on, I've never thought about that. Because isn't that just like how ear irrigation works too? They just like pump water into your ear. And then it like falls out. Huh. Ear irrigation. Let me look this up. Is that all they do? Procedure. So you sit upright with a towel. You place a syringe in your ear. And just push the water in there so that the earwax comes out. Huh. Some people got chunky or smooth. People who have smooth hardly get clogs. Yeah, I have like this smooth earwax, so I guess, yeah, maybe I don't have like a clogged ear or anything. My name is Heme, and you're watching Jackass. Gonna clean my ears. Have you seen those commercials where they hook up the water pump to both your nostrils and blow water through it to clean out your sinuses? Yeah! Yeah, I've actually done that. I have one of those. I have a squeeze bottle that does it. I have a squeeze bottle. They call them like a neti pot. And so I have a squeeze bottle where you put like a saline solution into it. And then whenever I get really, really bad sinus infections, I just blast my sinuses with that stuff. And I'm usually fine within a couple days. Because I'm really bad at blowing my nose. When I blow my nose, nothing comes out. Despite the fact that I'm like super snotty, nothing ever comes out. I'm just so bad at blowing my nose. But when I use that thing, like it looks like this. It looks like... It literally looks like this. This thing. So what you do is they give you like a salt mix, and then you fill it with warm water, or like room temperature water. It can't be cold, but it's got to be like warmish. And then yeah, you just blast your nose with it. You turn it upside down, and then you squeeze it, and then all the water goes to your nose. But yeah, this stuff comes in clutch around spring when I start getting really bad sinus infections. Hi, Shovel! It doesn't feel the best, but I mean, if you've ever done swimming, like as a sport, that feeling of like getting water in your nose is such a common feeling sometimes that this ain't shit to me, man. My cousin just uses a ketchup bottle. What? I actually had that too. I get really bad hay fever. Yeah. I get really bad sinus infections. Like once a year, I get a really bad one. Aren't those like super dangerous due to proximity to the brain? Like you need to make sure you use distilled water as a base or something? Yes. 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 I prefer mustard. Yeah, you have to use distilled water and you have to use the saline solution. Yeah. Or they say like use bottled water. Don't use it from like the tap. Like use like filtered water if you have it. So, but I have a water filter, so I just use the filtered water and then I boil the water a little bit and then I let it sit until it gets to like room temperature. And then I add the saline solution. I haven't had any issues with it yet. But that's kind of been my workflow. Yeah, you don't want to just use water straight from the tap. Sometimes I get like uncontrollable eye twitches that last for days or weeks. Wow. Have you seen a doctor about it? Like, is it like constant eye twitches, like all day, persistent? That would annoy me. I don't know if I could handle that. That would annoy the heck out of me. Boiling the water is smart. Yeah, you gotta kill the bacterias. Gotta kill it. Kill it! Yeah, definitely don't just use regular water. That's not... I'm pretty sure on the box, like when you get it and you read the instructions, it literally says that, yeah, not to use tap water. I just saw this picture on my timeline. Charuken, welcome in. Thank you for checking into the blood bank. I've seen this claim way too many times now. That Labubu are devils. What is this? Is this true? Labubu are evil. Is this true, or is this just another case of like, what's it called? Like religious psychosis? Eye twitching could be related to high stress, too much caffeine, or lack of sleep. Yeah, Dan says he doesn't get much sleep and he has stress. It's religious psychosis for sure. Yeah. Dude. I'll say they look really ugly. Yeah, like that's how I feel. Like I don't know. I don't know. The argument against Labubu being like, oh, it's just like another capitalistic thing. Like I've seen so much discourse about Labubu over the last couple of months. There was this one person that was talking about Labubu and the original artist of these characters. And they were like, oh, it's support to artists until they get super successful. And it's like, listen, I'm fine with looking at a picture of a Labubu. I'm fine with that. If you put an art piece of a Labubu in like a gallery or something, I'll look at it. I'll put my finger to my chin. I'll go, and I'll nod. And I'll be like, yeah, that's cool. I'm not taking the painting home. I'm not buying the merch. I'm not doing it. I think if I saw an abstract Labubu painting, I'd probably be like, yeah, that's pretty fucking cool. But then if after the art gallery, there was like, oh, you can take your own Labubu home. $25. By the way, it's in a gacha box. I'd look at it. I'd look at this Labubu thing right here, like how it looks, as opposed to like the art. I'd be like, yeah, no, I'm good. I'll pass. Because apparently it was created by like some artist, I think in Hong Kong. I've never seen any of his original works though. I'm interested to see if I can find any. Hold on. Did you ever see the video where someone attaches bottle rockets to Labubu and it flies up and it turns at a right angle and fires off into the crowd? I think I did. I think Labubus are fine, but people are taking it too far. It's just consumerism. Like, I just found this guy's Instagram. I just found his Instagram. So like, I'm gonna show you a series of pictures that I think are pretty fucking cool, right? Like, if I saw this in a gallery, I think it was cool. Like, this is cool. These drawings, very cool. Like, the art is sick. I'm not gonna lie. The art is very cool. I have more pictures. Hold on. Yeah, the art exhibit is sick. you still can't convince me to buy merch of it. Especially when it's in a gacha blind box. Like, that's not even appreciation of art. That's just predatory sales at that point. To me, and it has nothing to do with the artist. Like, absolutely nothing to do with the artist. Because probably what happened is that the artist sold the licensing for this doll, like the copyright for it. And there's a company out there that's just using it for doll gacha. That's probably what this is. But the art is cool. But yeah, somebody was like, "Oh, it's support artists until they get popular or have success." It has nothing to do with that. The art is sick. If this guy were to open up an exhibit near me, if there was a gallery that was going to display this guy's art, I would go. I would appreciate the art. I'm not buying a Labubu. It's really interesting. Culture's fixed on absurdism. Irony will propel many things to relevancy. Support artists and it's a corporation. Yeah, like, hold on. Who owns Labubu dolls? Let's take a look at this. Does this guy even own this anymore? His name is Ka Sing Long. He's a Hong Kong-born artist raised in the Netherlands. And he's the original designer of the Labubu. It doesn't say who currently produces this. Yes, there's a company called Pop Mart and How to Work who produces these. Pop Mart is headquartered in Beijing, China, and has nothing to do with the original artist. How to Work no longer has licensing for it, so that's not who's currently producing it. Pop Mart is the one who is currently producing all of these Labubus. This company has nothing to do with this guy. So I don't know. That was just a weird like post for me to see. But yeah, like people talking about how, oh, I don't want to like purchase Labubus because it's just like another form of consumerism. Right? It's like Funko Pops or stuff like that. And then the argument about that is like, oh, but you're already taking part of consumerism anyway. Listen, most of us live in a capitalistic society and don't really have any other way or any choice a lot of times than to give money to fucking big corpo. But holy shit, if I'm going to choose not to purchase 30 Labubu blind boxes because I don't like the business practice, you can't invalidate that because I own a handbag. Like, shut the fuck up. At the end of the day, I don't give a fuck if you like Labubus. The discourse around it is just silly to me sometimes. When I see a certain post, either like for or against Labubu, I'm just like, dude. If you don't like it, don't talk about it. My blood test came positive. Does that mean I'm smirked? Wait, positive for what? We live in a society, therefore you must buy a Labubu. I remember when Jaywalk first asked me about it, I thought they were called Labu Labus. And then I found out it was Labubu. From that, there's like that one girl who's like, I own the... what did she say? She's like, I own the 24-karat Labubu. And I was like, oh, that's how it's said? The 24-karat gold Labubu. And then she's like trying to prove that it's 24-karat gold, and like in the video it's always like this edited Pound. Just like my favorite indie game dev, Dev the Diver, made by a small company, Nexon. Yeah, small indie company. Supporting a small indie company, you guys. Come on. Dave the Diver by Nexon. You ever heard of them? They're new. You probably never heard of them. Aren't they made by... They're not made by Nexon, though. Who are they made by? Mint Rocket. Who is Mint Rocket? Mint Rocket. Are they like a subsidiary of Nexon? Like, is that why you're making that joke? Wikipedia. Arc System Works. I don't see any mentions of Nexon. That's what the French say when they have to take a shit. I have to take a la boo boo. Yeah, it's silly. It's silly. I don't know. If you like la boo boos, that's cool. If you don't like la boo boos, that's cool. I don't care. I almost got one time, actually. Because I saw it. I saw just like the doll up for sale. And I kind of liked it at the time because they reminded me of Ugly Dolls. And then I looked at the price. And it was $60 for this fucking plastic thing. I was like, why is it $60? And then I found out it came out of a blind box. And so like the boxes were like $25 or something like that. And I was like, oh, so you're gambling to get the one that you want. Just swooped in to say hi and to keep it up. Also, you're a nerd. Thank you, Magical. Love you, Bew. Hi, Hale. Oh, goodbye, Andy. Love you, Bew. But yeah. Let me say hi to everybody. Oh my god. I'm talking about Labubu's too much. Pieman got first. Congratulations. Holy shit. Hi, Pieman. Hi, Raito. Hi, Vivek. Hi, Alex. Hi, Nano. Hi, Tenshi. Hi, Muto. Hi, D10. Hi, Larva. Hi, Lauti. Hi, Flea Flicker. Hi, Bean Eater. Hi. Or Bean Dealer. Why do I call you? Why did I say Bean Eater? Bean Dealer. Hi, Beans. Hi, a Lily. Hi, Dusk. Hello, hello. Let me look over at YouTube. Hi, Freezer. Hi, Kenshi. Hi, Magical. Hi, Vitor. Hi, Arturian. Hi, Jude. Hey, Jude. Hi! Hi, Mod. Bean Eater. You're the Bean Dealer. I'm the Bean Eater. Hi, Hime. Hi! Hi, Pi. Hi. Hi. Pi, why are you always in all of the chats of the streamers that I watch? After stream, I raid Gloomy. Pi's in Gloomy's chat. Then after Gloomy streams, it's like Dizzy or Misha is streaming. By the way, yesterday Misha was streaming freaking Stardew Valley, and I was like, holy shit, she's based. And Pie Man's in there. Here I have come here. Hello. Good taste. I have good taste in streamers. It's so true. It's so true. La pew pew. Oh no, I'm not saying it again. I'm not saying it again. Nobody tell Twitch chat ours is free. I mean, there's this Twitch chats only cost like 1 point. It's just that I don't know why YouTube hasn't implemented like a redeem system. Like, is it? I don't know. I also don't know if it's like, I don't know. I've thought about this like as a streamer. Sometimes I wonder if like the redeems are more stressful and like streaming on YouTube exclusively is just like super chill and laid back because you're literally just like playing a game and talking to chat. There's not all these silly redeems where you have to like drink when chat tells you to, or you get pelted with like rocks, or a random sound effect goes off. Like, you're just playing a silly game. I do like the redeems though. I won't lie. I do like being able to redeem hi in a streamer's chat when I physically do not want to type hi. I do like it. I think YouTube has a bot for that. Huh. Big freedom. Big freedom. Hi! Hi, Randy. Hi. Yo, late hello? No worries. Hi, Nightly Fun. Yeah, it's convenient. Yeah. Yeah. I remember doing head pats through a streamer's chat on YouTube. Interesting. I feel like once you get to a certain number of viewers, it's a little too chaotic. You made me a Twitch enjoyer. If I was a YouTube streamer exclusively, would you guys still watch me? It's so, like, sometimes I think about this. I'm like, man, nah. Yeah? Wait, really? I think about this sometimes because a lot of people, so when you start out, nah, yes, yes. Yeah, yes. So before a VTuber becomes a VTuber, they always got to think like, what's my main platform? I use YouTube more, TBH. One. So like, you got to think like, what's my main platform? For me, the reason I chose Twitch is because all of my friends are here. Literally all of them. All the streamers that I watch are on Twitch. When I started watching, okay, so no. Actually, let me rewind. Before I found the indie community, all of the streamers I watched were on YouTube. And then later on down the line, I would say maybe within like the last 2 years or so, around like 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, around that time, all of the streamers I watched were on YouTube. I like the emotes. YouTube has emotes. And then around 2023, I found... Whoa! Maxi! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. I hope you had a good stream. Oh! Welcome in, raiders. My name is Heme Hinketsuki. I'm a chuny anemic vampire, and we're just yapping today before we play some Higurashi. I hope you had a good stream. If you have to raid and dash, I completely understand. Be sure to get rest and eat food and do whatever it is that you gotta do. If you want to hang out, we're just yapping. We're gonna play some Higurashi pretty soon. But yeah, around like 2023, I would say I found a lot more Twitch streamers. And so, like, I found streamers like Essie and Nino and Para, and then I found Gloomy, and then I found Misha, and then I found Dizzy, and then there was Lulu, but Lulu and I were kind of like, I didn't really like find Lulu. I found out of Lulu through like mutual friends, and then I was friends with Lily, and Lily streamed on Twitch. I just did a 48-hour stream. I'm gone. You should get some rest. Have a good stream. Thank you so much. Take a good rest. You deserve it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. But yeah, I found a bunch of people on Twitch that I really like. And so I was like, man, I spend all my time watching Twitch streamers now. So I guess I'm gonna stream on Twitch. I only watch YouTube videos, YouTube VTubers up until like a year ago, until I discovered indie VTubers. Yeah. As far as YouTube exclusive, it's less traction during streams, more after. This is the video first platform. Exactly. Yeah, so that's another thing people talk about is how like Twitch has a lot more discovery while you're streaming. Because it's literally a streaming platform and not a video platform. So there's a lot of discoverability while you're streaming. However, on YouTube, it's not really like that. Like people aren't perusing YouTube streams. And honestly, it's kind of hard to do that. I tried it the other day to try and find like some streamers that were playing a game that I wanted to watch on YouTube. And it was honestly pretty difficult to find. Like, I still don't know if there's like a dedicated area for you to go and like watch streams. Because on the left-hand panel, it's home, shorts, subscriptions, and YouTube music. If I wanted to find somebody streaming, I'd have to find a game video, like a video of a game, and then click on the game, and then there I can find live streams. Oh wait, if you scroll down, oh, there's literally, okay, it's all the way at the bottom. If you scroll down, there's a live section actually. Dang. Okay, you learn something new every day. But yeah, like I didn't know this existed, like at all. There's also like a gaming tab. Interesting. I did not know this. I don't like the way it looks though. What the heck? Let me click into a very specific game like Grand Theft Auto. Okay. It's kind of similar to Twitch in that regard, but I don't know. It's like, yeah, not a lot of people do that. So yeah, the discoverability while you're streaming is like pretty low, but then afterwards it's like people find your VOD in their recommended. And the other thing that's really cool about YouTube is like you can post shorts and videos and stuff like that and have it all in one spot. Like with Twitch it's a little different. I like YouTube more because it's more low-key, less loud, easy to keep track of people I like. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. It's bad, really? Yeah, trying to find live streams on YouTube is like pretty terrible. I just found recently on YouTube lots of off-topic people show up who just spam random stuff, and it's not the norm, but it's more common lately. Also, mod tools stink. Yeah, the moderation on YouTube is kind of interesting because it's like you can't really ban someone from a channel. You can only hide them from the channel. But it kind of works in the same way. I think if you did a transfer at this point, you'd retain your audience. Oh, I'm not going to. I'm not going to. I like things the way that they are. I just think YouTube is a lot more like bare bones. And sometimes I think like it's a lot less like overstimulating at sometimes. Like when I watch a YouTube stream compared to when I watch a Twitch stream, it's very different. Like YouTube streams quite literally are just like a bunch of people just watching the streamer. Whereas like Twitch streams, there's so much shit going on because there's sound redeems and throw redeems and change outfit redeems and head pet redeems, and yeah, sometimes I get a little overstimulated. Also on YouTube, I can't buy 3 gift subs like I can on Twitch. Wait, what? Can you not give community gifts? Let me go into a Nikki Jakey stream right now and see if I can do that. Show your support. Gift membership. Ah, you can only gift 1 or 5. Okay, there is no 3. I see. I see. If you want maximum income, I think Kick may be the platform to go. I don't care about money that much to stream on that website. I'm sorry. When your entire platform is supported by gambling, and so many of your content creators that are like up there are like just really fucking shitty people, I don't care. Like, I'm not saying Twitch is a saint, because it's not. But holy shit. Like, quite literally, there's a guy, like, live streaming him being a pedophile. And it's just nuts. You could be the first Gamba VTuber. I'm not the first. Emo Sonic, thank you for checking into the blood bank. Welcome in. What's the T on Kick? So, Kick, I'm pretty sure, is a live streaming platform. But the thing about it is that it has affiliations with gambling websites. And so what they do is that they form these contracts with these streamers. But the thing is that, like, they give you money, right? And then you have to gamble live on stream so that the gambling website that is, you know, that is like backed or is backing Kick gets more people to sign up, and then they make money off of it, right? Like, so like that's like the thing about Kick. There are people who just like stream on there and like aren't gamblers, but there's been some pretty shady things because like Kick doesn't really have like a lot of rules. At least in the very beginning, they didn't have a lot of rules. So I remember Kick initially got in trouble because people would straight up just like live streaming movies because there wasn't a rule against that, and then they had to establish that rule, which is like, is that not something you think about in the very first like instances of you creating a live streaming platform, that you can't stream copyrighted content? Like a movie, like music is one thing, right? But a whole fucking movie. And then you would see these controversies later on that came out about people that were streaming on Kick. There's this one guy that would stream himself on Omegle, but when it was open before, and basically Omegle was like, or Omegle, whatever you want to call it, was basically just like a randomized cam chatting website. And so he would end up coming across these underage girls. Like, he would ask them, how old are you? They would say the age that they were, and then he would go, oh, I better get it. I better be careful. I'm gonna get in trouble. And then he would quite literally ask for their nudes and then post them in a Discord. And then there were other instances where guys were like hiring escorts or you know, people like that, like people who work the street. They would hire them and bring them over, and they would be live streaming and not telling them that they were live streaming this, like on Kick. Who are you talking about? I don't remember the guy's name. There was also that. There were many instances of that. Yeah, they were doing IRL streams and like harassing people in public. Like, it's just like insane. It's just like an insane amount of people on that site that, like, I don't care if I went to that site and were to stream wholesome content. I just don't. Don't want to. I don't want to live on this planet anymore. Can we not be weird champs? Like, come on, dudes. It's apparently really hard. More or less. Oh, wait. There's a lot to be desired with YouTube culture-wise. Like, it's here because YouTube's rules is mostly consistent compared to Twitch, where if Tom likes it, he lets it slide. Yes, that is true. YouTube is the only way I track streamers I do. I gave up on Twitch a long time ago. Twitch can be a lot. Twitch can be a lot. I don't think YouTube, like, has a lot to be desired. Well, I don't know. That's really hard. I think if YouTube made, like, YouTube Live, like a separate, like how they do with YouTube Kids. Like, if they made it like a separate platform exclusive to streaming and formulated, like, but it's still like, so if you make a YouTube Live account, it's still your YouTube account, right? So like, there's no separation from it, but it's exclusive to like the live streamers, and they formed an actually decent algorithm for discoverability while you were live, instead of hiding the YouTube live streams in the Explore tab, which is all the way down on the left-hand side. Like, if they did that, like, made it a very centralized place for live streams, and design, like, change the UI a little bit when exploring, it would be a lot better. But like, overall, but like, if somebody were to ask me, like, would you prefer to stream on Twitch or would you prefer to stream on YouTube? If we were gonna take the friends out of it entirely, if we were gonna take out the fact that, like, I know so many people on Twitch and watch so many people on Twitch right now, if we were to take that out of the equation, I think I would choose YouTube. Because YouTube's partnership program is a lot more realistic to hit than it is Twitch. where it's like you have to have a certain like average amount of viewers, which I think is, I don't know. I think it's okay, but I think it also stresses a lot of people out because then they do these things called like partner pushes. And then what happens is after the partner pushes over, like your audience stabilizes. I think like it should be more about, okay, are you consistently streaming on this platform in order for me to slap ads on your content so that you can earn money for it, right? And YouTube partnership is literally just affiliation, but with just like a larger split. But I think with YouTube, it's already defaulted for partners to be a 70-30 split. So yeah, sorry this is out of pocket, but half my screen right now is covered with an ad for short flower Hawaiian pants, so I'm unable to concentrate or take things serious. That's also another thing. It's the way that ads work on Twitch I really don't like. I really don't like. Because on YouTube, if I'm streaming, I can actually choose whether or not I want to run pre-roll or mid-roll ads during my live stream. I can actually make that choice. If I don't want to do it, I don't have to. I can stream the whole stream without gaining any ad revenue, and then once the stream is off, I can literally just switch the monetization on because the VOD will continue to get viewers afterwards. And I don't have to disrupt my viewers' viewing experience. Yes, if you have YouTube Premium, you don't have to watch ads at all. You don't ever have to. They still get a cut. It's like it's like Twitch Turbo, where if you pay $11 a month, which I have Twitch Turbo because I watch so many streams, if you have Twitch Turbo, you can watch streamers without any ads, but they still get a cut of their ad revenue. Or of that ad revenue if you're a viewer. Hi, Boneless! So yeah, on YouTube, whenever I go live, I literally just turn monetization off so that people can just watch the stream without having any ads. And then when the stream is done, I turn monetization on. And then if people want to watch the VOD, which some people will, then I'll earn ad revenue from that. Like, it's not a big deal. And then if people have a good viewing experience where they're not being, you know, bombarded with ads, they're probably more likely to support the streamer through, like, super chats and memberships. I compose music in my free time. Is wondering if you'd like a free custom song for your channel and how I can share it with you. Yeah, that's really nice of you. I really appreciate that, Georgetown. I have a Discord you can join. You could always share it in like the art tab if you were interested. Yeah, you can type !Discord and like join the Discord, and you can just like post it in there if you want to. I appreciate that. I don't mind ads per se, but it's the interrupting ads in a context where there's no subtitles is quite disruptive. You mean like in the middle of the gameplay? That's why some streamers, like for me example, like I don't always do it, but I run ads at the top of the hour for a purpose. I run the 3 minutes of ads at the top of the hour because it means that if I wanted to take a break at that moment, if it was appropriate, I could and nobody could miss anything. I don't always get the chance to do it though. But yeah, I wish it was like, I wish I had the choice to be like, hey Twitch, I don't want you to run ads on my content, like while I'm streaming. Or if I could quite literally just choose when I want the ads to run. Like if you just completely like took away the randomized, like, oh, you always have to run it at the top of the hour, right? Which is not always convenient. Sometimes I like want to take a break in the middle of the hour. And that's when I want to run the ads. And I would love to be able to do so. But when you run the ads, it only runs, I think, like 30 seconds of ads. It doesn't run the full 3 minutes. Why does YouTube let any ad fly nowadays, but too much swearing is a big no-no? It's because of the advertisers. So it has nothing to do with YouTube. It's the advertisers in general who want to know whether or not your content is suitable for them to place an ad over it. So if if you're trying to sell like Bratz Barbie dolls or whatever, you're obviously not going to put it over an ad or over content of somebody who's slinging like whose every other word is fuck or piss or shit, and then is playing a super gory, crude video game that also has sex scenes, right? Like, it just doesn't make any sense to try and advertise Barbie dolls over that. Sometimes it does, but also sometimes you get like 10 ads on Twitch, it could be better. So it should always only be that it's going to run 3 minutes. So like whether or not it's 3 1-minute ads or 10 like 30-second ads or whatever, however the math goes, like it's always going to be 3 minutes of ads. It should always be that way. YouTube is crazy allowing actual not safe for work ads to run on their platform. If I remember correctly, that was a big no-no back in the day. I didn't know that. I also have YouTube Premium, so I haven't seen an ad in a long time. So I don't know. I'd imagine on adult videos, like, yeah. Because there are adult companies that would want to advertise. I wouldn't have found Heme if YouTube didn't pick up on that I like small indie tubers. It's actually competent, it just can be a bit weird. YouTube's algorithm, I like YouTube's algorithm. Was able to detect that I'd like Heme even though I don't watch any other small indie VTubers. Interesting. I wish people could sort of filter themselves in that case. Wait, what do you mean by that? Donors of a certain age will remember when TV was 7 minutes of show and 3 minutes of ads. Isn't it still like that? Isn't it always like 10 minutes of content and then they run like 3 minutes of ads on normal cable TV? I remember when Moist Critical got dildo sponsors and YouTube director Susan was okay with this type of content. Meanwhile, a man showing a pixel of his nipples was inappropriate nudity and got a strike. Maybe it's the difference between like a plastic item and someone's actual flesh. Like, you could choose which ads do or don't play on your stream as it's appropriate. As if you flagged, then they take away the option. Maybe. Ads are longer than before, it feels like that at least. Shows are 23 minutes with 7 minutes of ads. I don't know how they get broken up. Yeah. Yeah, that's like the main thing about people who don't like to watch Twitch, is they don't like to be bombarded with a bunch of ads. And so I think if Twitch gave us more control over when we ran ads, I think it would get more people to watch. But instead, we're forced to run pre-roll ads if we don't run a certain amount of ads at the top of the hour. We're forced to roll pre-roll ads, which are the ads that you see before you click onto a live stream, if we don't run like a certain amount of ads through the rest of the hour. But I think just in general, if you just let us be like, just let us choose. Like, just exactly how YouTube does it. Just let us choose. YouTube lets me choose if I want to run any ads at all, if I want to run pre-roll ads, if I want to roll mid-roll ads, or if I want to do it completely manually. Just let us choose. The technology is obviously there. And if you're offering us 2K streaming, there's got to be money somewhere, unless you're being really stupid. So there's got to be money somewhere. So if some streamers are choosing not to run any ads at all during their live streams, I'm sure you're not losing out on that much. Like, I've seen the ad revenue. And I'm sure larger streamers, like for example, like people who are getting thousands of viewers, they're going to run ads because it would be really dumb not to. Because you have so many viewers that the ad revenue is significant. But then they could be like, hey, I'm going to go on an ad break now. I'm going to walk away from the computer for 3 minutes, Here's the BRB screen. Here's 3 minutes of ads. Sit through it if you want. You're not going to miss anything. If you don't want to and you want to watch the BRB screen, you can sub. Ads, from what I can tell, are based on a general category you've been labeled as on top of what you typically consume. Yeah, so like on Twitch, you can mark your content as like adult content and you won't get certain ads for it. Front page meta is running as many ads as possible. Literally just stand up and walk around. Yeah. I'm gonna have an unpopular opinion of the ads support the creator. You're not paying to watch this content if... Wait. You are not paying to watch this content. If it helps them continue to make it, then cope. That's kind of how I feel, but again, I'm a creator and I feel like not a lot of people think of this. But yeah, you're literally just sitting and watching somebody provide you content for free. You're just sitting there if you're not a sub. So if they're going to run ads and you have to sit through like 30 seconds to 3 minutes of ads per hour, well, it's going to be 3 minutes of ads total per hour. It's always like that. But whatever the breakdown is, like, I think we can cope. I think we can. Or just sub. It's kind of just how it is. Or there's ad blockers if you really want to do it. You know? But yeah. Like, you're kind of just sitting there and watching somebody just provide content to you for free. So I don't think, like, the ads are that bad. But again, I'm a creator, right? So like, of course I'm gonna have that mindset. I don't know. How did we even get here? How did we get to this conversation? Why are we here? Who am I? Who are you? Who are you? What are you doing in my pooter? What the hell? Honestly, it's a good mindset to have. I think it's just like normal. Got here because of weirdos asking for new... Huh? Who? Sorry, my comment about not having to high redeemed derailed you. Oh, we were talking about the YouTube versus Twitch stuff. No, honestly, I saw a post from a creator I watch who streams on YouTube, or sorry, they stream on Twitch, and they were like, I'm thinking about switching over to YouTube. So I was like, it got me thinking. I was like, dang, like, what really is the YouTube versus Twitch discussion? And so I ended up like doing like a bunch of searching, and the searching honestly just validated what I thought was in my head already. Honestly, you go to the platform where either you have the most friends on or the one you're most comfortable with. That's really all it comes down to. Because regardless, you can form an audience on either or. It's how quick do you want to get there? How comfortable are you with that platform? And do you care about having other creators that you can connect with on that platform? That's really it. Did you actually forget that you had brought that up? Well, we had such a long conversation that I kind of forgot where it came from. I'm here to see some sick VN gameplay. We will play. Oh my god, it's been an hour and a half. Twitch has redeems that can affectionately bully or be friendly to internet streamers. Yeah. You do yap. I do yap a little bit. I should honestly be careful with the yaps in the start of Higurashi streams because I have to read for so long. But yeah, Twitch redeems are cool, I guess. The only reason I like Twitch redeems is so I can, like I said, redeem hi when I don't want to physically type hi in the chat. Like, I'm a serial lurker for the most part. Unless there's a conversation going on where I really, really, really feel like, oh, I want to be part of that. Otherwise, I just really like lurking streams a lot. Mostly because I'm a streamer too, and I really don't like typing in streams sometimes and having a bunch of people acknowledge me, because I feel like it takes away from the streamer too. But the high redeems are good for that, because like I can just go into gloomy stream and then I just do the silly little, I do this guy, I hit this, I go boom, And then I go, hi! And it just goes, meow. And I said hi. This is honestly my first time on Twitch. Really? Yeah, hit him with the hi. I like the yapping session. Do you guys really? Thank you for the stretch. Notice me? Yeah. This juice is very sugary. Why would you do that? Also, I lowered the price on the Bully Redeem. I don't know if you guys know. I also reduced the price on the Stretch and the Hydrate Redeems as well. I lowered the price a little bit. Sorry, cuteness aggression. If you're worried about voice fatigue, keep lemon ginger tea handy. I always forget to buy the ginger tea. If you like fruits, try Granny Smith apples. Wait, really? I have a big bag of cough drops right here. These guys. I got these. They're lemon mint. Ricola, Swiss Alpine, sugar-free lemon mint cough drops. I'm down to my last 2, honestly. I use them a lot. Ricola. Nice bag ASMR. Georgetown visual novel, Angel B, Ovku, and Phoenix. Thank you so much for checking into the blood bank. Welcome in. I'm sorry, I got really deep into the yap that I didn't say hi. No one has used the 300 BP redeem in a while. Yeah, you trying to lure people? As a big fan of D&D DMing, I love Granny Smith because the acids in it keep you from drying out. Oh, I never knew that. I used it last stream. Someone else used it recently today too. Oh, that's the second person. That's the second person. Oh, goodbye, Boneless. Goodbye. One more question for you guys. One more question. Before all of you time yourselves out and you can't join in on the conversation. One more question. I've been curious about this. I'm not saying something is going to happen to me. I've seen it happen with other streamers. So I've seen this thing of like streamers. I wouldn't say it's rebranding. What they do is they graduate, but then they come back as a different VTuber. And it seems like a lot of people know that new VTuber is that other streamer. I don't know how, but if your streamer did that, would you still watch them? Like, sometimes I'm curious as to why you don't just, like, rebrand on your current channel. Like, they completely graduate and they or no, this is what they do usually. They go on an indefinite hiatus, but then they start streaming as another streamer, and it's still another indie. And I'm like, how do they know? Like, I'm even out of the loop. Because then, like, somebody comes back, like, somebody goes on an indefinite hiatus, and then they come back. Dude, agency VTubers usually do this, so I'm seeing indies do it. That's why I'm, like, a little confused. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just interested in, like, I think it's interesting, the way that they're doing it. But the streamer will go on an indefinite hiatus and then, like, make a completely new persona, and then debut under that persona. And, like, everyone knows it's them, except for me, apparently. Like, I just don't fucking know. And then I talk about it. I'm like, oh, I found this new streamer, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, no, that's this person. And I was like, huh? They're like, yeah, that's that person. I'm like, oh. You would still watch them? It's still them? I don't know, but hardcore fans can still tell. Presumably, there are contractual restrictions in some cases. In some cases, yes. But a lot of the ones that I've been seeing have been like indie VTubers. Like they don't just like rebrand on their channel. They just make it completely new. I'd still watch them. I'll come back. Like if Gloomy decided she didn't want to be the cat girl anymore and then she graduated and came back. They want a fresh start, yeah. I don't think you want to know the links people will go to track down people. It's really scary, honestly. It's true. I'm back from the Aaaaaaaaaa post clarity. If it's still the same nature of content and like the personality behind the new persona is chill, I'd still watch. I would say for the most part, the ones that I've seen do it, it's the same content. It's the same personality. It's just a new face. And yeah, sometimes the first start can be really nice. I think that makes sense. I think the most extreme case is someone escaping a stalker viewer. That's also okay. That's good. That's a good reason to also. Yeah, I was curious as to why like people would do it. I was like, oh, interesting. I feel watch them unless they drastically change how they acted. Makes sense. Stalking. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, I thought it was just like maybe I don't know. Honestly, I was very confused as to why. That makes sense. Okay, stalkers. Makes sense. Makes sense. Naruhodo. I get it now. I won't say who. I won't say like who has done this. I've just seen it like over the last couple months or so. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. Unless it's like a 180 if Hime decided to reband as a chibi Lolita dragon. Wait, is that really like, I think the chibi bit, yeah, would be a little bit of a 180. What do you mean chibi? Like if I was like this small? You guys wouldn't like me if I was this small? Can you hear me if I talk directly into your ear, Raito? Can you hear me? Atom model. We'd love you if you were this small. I am the ant VTuber. I'm a fly. Bzzz. 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 Life-sized Hime Hinketsuki is crazy. Life-sized Hime Hinketsuki is too much. If she was a worm tuber, would you still love me if I was a worm tuber? Don't get any ideas. If someone I'm watching does exclusively Pokemon content, then suddenly switches to only games like Doom and other intense horror shooter games, I probably wouldn't watch as much. Do you not like horror games? I'm gonna warn you now, Phoenix. I love horror games. We'd love it if you were that small. Hit her with a fly swatter? What the fuck? Step far away from the mic. Is this far enough? Is this far enough? Can you guys still hear me? Hello? Can you guys hear me up there? What? What is she saying? What are they selling? I like horror games. They don't scare me anymore. I like horror games too. I get jump scared pretty easily though. I don't play a lot of them, and in moderation, I'm cool with watching them, so no worries. Okay. Yeah. I love horror games. I do want to play more retro games though. I feel like that's the pipeline. I feel like what happens is somebody starts out as a horror gamer and they're like, damn, I love horror games. And then like they start playing more and more modern horror games and they're like, these suck. Let me go back and play the retro horror games that I used to love. So then they play Silent Hill and they play Dead Space and they play like the survival horror games like Resident Evil. They play all that and they're like, damn, retro games are really good. And the next thing you know, they're playing Banjo-Kazooie. I feel like that's the pipeline. Hi, Osu! Hime is now canonically the size of a 10mm socket. Terra! PS2 horror is awesome. PS2 era horror is really good. It's really good. Like, I like to watch people play Phasmo, and I played it a couple times, and weird stuff has started going on around my house. Oh no! I've only played Phasmo twice, but I really like playing it with friends. I guess mostly off-stream, though. For me, on-stream Phasmo is kind of... Unless you're playing with somebody who already has everything unlocked, it's kind of... What's the word? I don't know, it's not very entertaining. Because we played Phasmo with me being the lead, and I have nothing unlocked. And so it was kind of hard because we would get no clues at all because we didn't have enough equipment. And I was like, damn, I feel really bad for everybody watching this because I feel like there's just no content. Pizza Hut Simulator. I also really like simulator games. Fuck, I love simulator games. Banjo-Kazooie, my beloved. I've been wanting to play Banjo-Kazooie for like the last 2 years. I'm gonna play it. I'm going to play it. Maybe after we're done with Dead Space, I'll play Banjo-Kazooie. But the thing is, if I play Banjo-Kazooie, we have to offset it with like short horror games, and I feel like I've played all of the short horror games I can. Cause it's like when I play Dead Space, right? I have 2 big horror game streams throughout the week, and then I play like silly games on the other days so that you guys aren't like shitting your pants constantly. Cause I know like most people only own like 2 or 3 pairs of pants. So I'm like, oh, if I do 2 Dead Space streams, they have 1 pair of pants they can wear. Steam Engine Simulator. When are we playing Truck Simulator? You missed it. On my birthday, I did Drunk Driving Truck Simulator. I'll boot it up again someday. There was that one I saw that was pretty cool. I can't remember what it's called though. No! Playing Banjo-Kazooie would be sick, Nodders. I totally want to. I want to. I have a list of games I really want to play. Do I still have the notepad? I told you guys what they were a little bit ago. Like, I wanted to play Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 2, like the OGs. Dead Space was on there, but now I'm playing it. Resident Evil Village we gotta play. Persona 3 is on that list. BioShock, the oldies are on there. I want to do a Pokemon Emerald run. I have to return to Hollow Body. I never finished Hollow Body, so we're gonna probably play Hollow Body from start. Oh yeah. There's also a lot of other, like, older games I really want to play. Gloomy playing Rock Band the other day makes me want to play, like, Guitar Hero 2 and 3. I think that would be really fun. Left 4 Dead. I've never played Left 4 Dead. I'll have to check it out and see if it's a game I'd be interested in. BioShock is my favorite game of all time. I heard Mousy talk so highly of it that I was like, oh, I really want to try it. The entire concept was house, cabin, warehouse thing, and you had to determine whether the house was safe or haunted, and it could kill you. Oh, you mean the Cabin Factory? I've played that. I have a VOD on my YouTube. How about RE7? I've played RE7. I have a playlist on my YouTube channel. That's why I want to play Village. Because I already played 7. System Shock? Yeah, there's a place in the Discord where you can leave game suggestions, and I do read them. Sorry, I didn't mean to caps lock. My bad. Yeah. BioShock was good. Yeah, I'm interested in playing it. Mousy just like said so many awesome things about it that I want to play it. BioShock Infinite was amazing. I'll have to try it out. But yeah, I have Persona 3 Reload, which you guys suggested for me to play because apparently Persona 5, I think, is getting a reboot. RE8 is interesting so far. I don't know if I would say it's scary like 7, but it's been fun. 4 is getting a remake. Sorry, 4. I also want to return to the Yakuza series and give it another shot. I rage quit Yakuza because I hated the fights where I'd be fighting somebody with my fists and then they could just shoot me with a gun and stun me. Not only that, there were these like stealth quests where you couldn't actually stealth through the entire thing. You had to get caught. And I was like, what's the point of making a stealth minigame side quest? But I have to get caught. That shit pissed me off. And so I stopped playing because I would rage so hard playing Yakuza. I think I have a really old clip of it. Let me see if I can find it. I have a really old clip of me raging in Yakuza. And I was like screaming into the mic. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see here. I might have deleted them. Honestly. Uh-oh. You guys, oh, nope, I didn't. I did not. I still have them. Oh my god, the old, like, customizable models I would use. Let me see if I can find. Was it this one? Okay. I have one. I think there's multiple, honestly. Because there was another time that I was playing Yakuza and it was like during one of the other bosses and I remember screaming because he had a second health bar and I was so pissed about it. But this was with like my old microphone setup. So you can kind of hear like the tin can sound from it when I'm screaming. These guys with the stupid fucking punk ass bitch with the fucking gun. You're such a fucking pussy. Ah! That. I was so pissed. I was so fucking pissed. And then there's this one. Dude, I got filtered so hard. This fight. You can hear the crunch. Why are you dead? Are you getting that? You have the second health bar. It was bad. It was bad. So I was screaming like that every single stream. The gun is obnoxious. It's so dumb because he draws it and he aims it at you and you see him do it and then it goes and then you get stunned and it's fucked up. What do your neighbors think? I don't know because sometimes I stream with my window open when I've screamed like this. And I think the entire neighborhood just thinks I'm insane. Do it for Majima Hime! So true. So true. I do love Majima. Legendary audio, it sounds so crunchy. Sister, good lord. Dude, after that stream, My throat was so raw. Your poor neighbors. I stream with the windows closed now. I miss the palm tree puppy tube VTuber sometimes. So I was still like a vampire. But I put these like live 2D puppy ears on one day and they just never came off. They just never came off. I left them on. But I was still a vampire. What's up? I hope you had a wonderful day. Thank you so much, Mentor. I hope you're having a good one too. Yeah, the puppy pyre. Yeah. It's been a while since I've heard that crazy girl down the street screaming. I hope no one murdered her. Epic crash out to join in on. Yeah. Yeah. But the games are fun. Genuinely. And I love the characters. Majima specifically. Whenever I found Majima and I went to the karaoke place and he does the one song. I would watch that video. I would listen to it at night for comfort. It's how I would get to sleep sometimes. Yeah, 24-hour Cinderella. I love Majima. That's my goat. I'm trying to stall for another 10 minutes because that's when ads are gonna run. But yeah, I would like to return to the Yakuza games and play like as many of them as I possibly can. Because I did enjoy them. And then yeah, I want to play Pokemon Emerald. I have Omori on here. I have Undertale on here. I think I'm going to play Undertale before I play Omori because I feel like that's just correct. Because didn't Undertale inspire Omori? Thank you for the hydrate. Have a good stream, Heme. Peace. Bye. We did a longer yap session today. We yapped for 2 hours. I'm not sure. I feel like it did. I have no idea. You know what game I also saw the other day and I was like, damn, I wish I could wipe my brain and replay that? Doki Doki Literature Club. I wish I could wipe my brain and replay that game. Like on stream. If you do Pokemon, are you going to do a randomizer? That I'm not sure of. I thought about doing like the Emerald, what is it, Kaizo or whatever. But I hear it's really difficult. So, I don't know. I'll have to figure something out. I kind of want to just like experience it raw. Once again. And then do a randomizer afterwards, maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. That game is an absolute mind warper. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah. My other thing, though, with playing, like, Pokemon games is you feel like you get, like, a lot of backseaters that come in. And nobody reads the rules. And nobody sees... Nobody sees, like, the please don't backseat chat pinned at the top of the screen. So, I'm scared to play Pokemon because people are gonna come in and tell me how to play, and for some reason, that shit really bothers me. I only offer advice if you ask. Yeah, like, that's normal. You would... Yeah, like, I would have never thought that Dead Space would be the game that, like, people would backseat in, but, like, the amount of backseaters I've gotten in Dead Space is absolutely fucking insane. Streamer, did you know this move has a 95% accuracy rate? Like, there's so many, like, hidden niche things about Pokemon that, like, these people get into, and I just, like, don't know anything about, because honestly, I'm like, oh, that thing is cute. I'm going to level it up. And I'm going to take it on a journey with me because it's cute and I like the Pokemon. Like, that's just how I play Pokemon. But everybody wants you to be like this min-max master when you play Pokemon. And I'm sorry, if my Pokemon is ugly, I have no attachment to it, and so I don't care if it dies. I don't fucking care if it dies, but you give me a Bulbasaur that's like super cute, I'm like, oh, I don't want him to ever die. No, don't die, Bulbasaur. I love you. Streamer-chan, those are terrible IVs. I still don't know what IVs are, but I've heard of them. I used to play competitive, so my brain is filled with random information. How dare they not play this child's game optimally? It's always the children's game, man. These Pokemon will never be used competitively. Why are you trying to backseat their growth? Literally. I'm just, yeah. Like, I'm the kind of person that will run like an entire like fairy team just because I think it's really cute. Like, I really like fairy, ghost type, and some like grass type. That's my thing. I really like those Pokemon because they're all cute. Like, Bulbasaur is my favorite. I really like Oddish. I like a lot of ghost Pokemon. Gengar's cute. Ghastly's cute. And so I would see these Pokemon and I'd be like, oh, I'm gonna catch you and I'm gonna level you up. And people are gonna be like, no, that's not a good Pokemon. That one's not good. That one's not good. Give it this move. Bug Pokemon. But yeah, I do want to play Pokemon Emerald. Maybe we'll do a randomizer. I'm not quite sure. I think that would be fun. I don't know. I think I've played Pokemon Emerald enough times to know the main story of it. I don't think I need to do it. I don't think I need to do like a vanilla run. I think, yeah, we could do a randomizer or something silly. I think it'd be fun. Most of my advice is usually when someone asks, why isn't this move working? The evolution stone for the ghost type Eevee is a brick. A brick? A brick? So you're killing it with the brick and then it comes back and it's a ghost. I see. I see. What was the first Pokemon game you ever played? I think it was Yellow? Pretty sure it was Yellow. My first was Blue. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Yellow. That was my first Pokemon. Yeah. I think a lot of people's was like, yeah, Yellow. Sapphire? Blue. Yeah. No one did Red, huh? No one wanted Pokemon. Okay, Phoenix says Red finally. I was like, where the fuck is Pokemon Red, dude? I chose Black. Yeah, those came out like later. Like, and then there was like Diamond and stuff, and that's when it started getting really, really, really complicated in my head. And I was like, never mind, I don't want to play those ones. Ruby, where I destroyed Groudon in game. Dang. Dang. I'm all alone. It was funny because like I had Yellow and then like my friends had Blue and Red. And so like afterwards we ended up swapping and that's when I learned like the only difference was just the fucking Pokemon. Ow. Or like just like a very small difference between all of them. I thought it was a completely different game and I played it and I was like, why is this the same? Why is this the same? Turtle with cannons on his back, sickest thing for a 6-year-old boy. Yeah, I really, like from the Generation 1 Pokemon, like I love Bulbasaur. Like Bulbasaur and Bulbasaur's evolutions are like my favorite. I don't know. Something about just like a little guy with a little pod on his back. It's so cute to me. Love that guy. And then I like Oddish, and then Oddish turns into the stinky flowers. And I don't know. Maybe maybe me and Oddish just handshake emoji on being stinky, and that's why I like Oddish so much. I got my copy of Pokemon Blue in a random parking lot my dad found in the ground in a blizzard, and I brought it home. I don't remember how I got my copy. I just kind of had it. I don't remember. And then I ended up being able to play like Emerald and all those other ones like later because my family members had the newer Game Boys around that time. Klefki is one of my favorite Pokemon. I don't think I've heard of this one. Klefki? Oh, cute! It's literally a set of keys. That's so cute. What the heck? It's literally a set of keys. Holy shit. That's so cute. I love that. It reminds me of the Chandelier Pokemon. What is that one called again? Chandelure, I think it is. I think that's Mint's favorite Pokemon. Pretty sure. My mom bought me Pokemon Red, and then since my dad was in the Navy and we moved around a lot, I didn't have any friends in the new place. So she got me Pokemon Blue for herself, so I had someone to play with. Aww. Hi, Thunder. Yeah, Chandelure. 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 I can't believe we yapped for 2 hours. What the fuck? What the fuck, you guys? What happened? Why did we just yap for 2 hours? I like Scraggy. Ah, cute! He is a very scrunkly guy. I like this. He looks like a little lizard guy with like big pants. I like him. He's all scrungly. I also like the one with the big hammer. What is that one called? Tinkaton. I think she's cute. Or he. I don't know if it's a girl or a guy. There probably could be girl or guy versions. Tinkaton. Yeah, they got a big hammer. I don't know how the yap happened, but I demand a refund. Any Spinnerack? Isn't that just the cute little spider? Yeah, this guy. That's the only spider I will give rights to. He's very cute. He's very cute. Yaps are soul VTubing. Reminds me of Hammer Kirby, exactly. Hi, Yutsu. If my VTuber doesn't yap, I don't want them. I still have some of my old friends' Pokemon on my old Game Boy Advance cards. Tinkaton is an insane Pokemon. They just spike rocks at Corviknights and kill them. What about Joltik? Joltik is also cute. They're just like a little furry spider. Furry spider. Okay, the ads are gonna run in literally like 20 seconds, so let me go BRB and use the bathroom, and then we'll come back. And then we can still yap, but I'm gonna get into the visual novel. Okay? I'll BRB! Sorry I yapped so long! I'll be right back! Returnal. Hi, Yutsu! Hi, Thunder. Hi, Mentor. Hi! If I didn't say hi to you guys, I'm sorry. I'm back. Scatter! What were you guys doing? Kissing? Welcome back. Thank you so much. I forgot what chapter we're on. But we're continuing Higurashi today. We're on chapter 6. Raito knows. We're on chapter 6. We're about halfway through, I think. I hear the last chapter is very long, though. Did we read the tips? We did. We read this community notice. We did read that. I wonder when it starts getting really creepy. A few days has passed since the incident. Thank you so much for the head pat. During that time, either Mion was busy or Rika-chan had to help with the festival preparations, so we couldn't get everybody together for the club activities. Even though I thought I would never want to participate again after the year it's shaved off of my life each time. Not having it only made my heart grow fonder. So last stream, I think we ended off on them playing a card game. And what ended up happening is that the characters had to like take these punishments, and some of them were like oh, you had to put on a girl's swimsuit, or you have to put on cat ears or something like that. So that's kind of like where we left off on. And now they're preparing for the school festival. So nothing really big has really happened. Rena got her Colonel Sanders statue. Nothing really crazy has happened. It's just been like slow burn of the lore of the incident that happened in the area years ago with the construction of the dam. I missed the previous stream, but I'll watch the VOD, so I'm gonna head out before I get spoilers. Have a good stream. He may have a good day, Vitor. Thank you so much. Appreciate you hanging out while you could. Welcome back, Phoenix. I'm really not honest with myself. Today we finally had our club activities again. These weren't the same club activities. It was called the Watanagashi 5 Demon Firefight! Huh? And it was one of the biggest events in the club. What? What firefight? Keiichi, does this yukata still fit you? Can you try it on for a second? You know what we've never seen? We've never seen the pro tag. We've only ever seen the other girls. I guess it's supposed to be like a self-insert situation. Mom pulled out an old dusty yukata. Nah, I don't need a yukata. Those are embarrassing, so I'll just go in my normal clothes. But this is a festival. Wear it, okay? Rena and the others said regular clothes are just fine. If I was the only one wearing a yukata, it'd be even more embarrassing. I put on the same old vest as usual. I'll be going with Rena and the others, so you don't need to worry about me. Is that so? I'll be going with Dad when he wakes up. Dad let out a loud snore from the sofa. From how it looks, he must have pulled an all-nighter last night. He just finished sending in his manuscript, so he might not wake up for a while. It seems my dad writes for art magazines sometimes too. I've never read it though. I wonder if my dad is really a famous artist. The curiosity. Nah, man, we gotta look spiffy. It's so true. Put it on. I want to see him put it on. Just like I wanted to see him put on the schoolgirl swimsuit with the cat ears and everything else, but we didn't get to see that. What the heck? Riot. Since his own son is saying something like that, I can't imagine he's selling all that well. But he's able to feed a family of 3, and my life isn't exactly full of hardships. It could be that he's some master painter and I didn't know about it. Ding dong! Keiichi-kun, are you home? Uh-oh, it was already time. I didn't want them coming up here, so I was planning on leaving early and waiting outside. When your friends show up unannounced at your house. Oh my, it's Rena-chan. What is that behind her? Interesting. Thank you for always looking after Keiichi. Ma'am, he's also been looking out for... Why are you blushing just from meeting my mom? Don't get all flustered. It really doesn't feel right. Let's go, Rena. Since Rena would continue to space out if I left her here, I grabbed her hand and dragged her out. Looks like garbage behind her. Rena-chan, look after Keiichi for me. How? Yes, ma'am. Even if it means I must sacrifice myself. What? Uh-oh, foreshadowing? Then why don't you do it right now? Did he just tell her to krill herself? She waved back even as I was dragging her away. Sacrifice yourself now! Okay, Kei-chan. You hungry today? We'll take care of that at these stalls. You thought I'd let myself get full knowing the club activities will involve the stalls? Wouldn't have it any other way. Where are Rika-chan and Satoko? Are they already at the temple? 07 as you wish. Time to commit. Yep. Rika-chan's a festival committee member after all. Satoko-chan is probably with her as well. I see. Alright. Let's make some noise today. Ah! Yeah! We were already in high spirits with just the three of us here. Ah, cute! It was way more lively at the Furude Shrine than the last time I came, far exceeding my expectations. Throngs of people were crammed between rows of market stalls lined with colorful paper and lanterns. Despite that, it was actually quite enjoyable. There sure are lots of people here. I can't believe they all live in Hinamizawa. Everybody attends the Watanagashi. I think about half the village is here. Dang! Dang! But it's a small village though, right? So it's like, not that many people. I guess it's a lot of people for them. It's not just that. Municipal and youth councils from neighboring towns, and villages advertise this event as well. That's right, there aren't that many students at our school, but there's a lot of kids here today. Oh, okay, so people from out of town come in. It doesn't feel like a festival unless there are kids running around after all. That's true. I agree. Hello, and good evening. These two knew everybody we came across. Of course I greeted them as well, but I still wasn't familiar with everybody yet. Oh, Rena-chan, thanks for the food you brought me a while back. My son loved it. He said it was delicious. It was nothing at all. I'm glad he liked it. Say hello to Kazuma-kun for me, please. Hey! If it isn't Sonozaki Ojo-chan. I'm in charge of a stand again this year, so make sure you come visit. Pops, have you gotten fatter? You'll end up having a heart attack with a gut like that. God damn! She got his ass. Oh, this kid here is new. Are you one of her underclassmen? He's one of my members, and up-and-coming hopeful. If you cross him, he could crush your stand in one night. You've got little Missy seal of approval, I see. Hope you take it easy on me. Savage. As you could imagine, Mion was chatting away with old kids running the stalls. Mi-chan is really energetic after all. She's really popular with older men. Huh? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? I think Rena is pretty popular too. Being cute and all. That was, of course, so long as her condition didn't flare up. But as long as she's blushing quietly, she's pretty cute. Condition? I haven't experienced this condition yet. I'm popular with some people. Really? Really? With some people. I evaded giving her a straight answer by roughly tossing her hair. The stallkeepers came all the way from town. It's not really a festival without them after all, so we're going to mess with them now. So we're going to mess with them now? I don't care what kind of match it is. I'm going to win it. Oh yes, I'll try too. What are they going to do? Are they playing a prank? You're all very late. It's unacceptable to keep a lady waiting, Keiichi-san. Oh, my bad. So where is this little lady I've kept waiting? What did you just say? Alright, Satoko was in top form as well. Seems she was all excited about being able to get everybody in the club together for the first time in a while. The demon is here. Oh, Rika-chan, cute! Rena let out an elated sigh. It seemed that the real lady had made her appearance. Ah! Good evening, everyone. Good evening to Keiichi as well. Why him very specifically? Woo! Looking good. You're looking sharp again this year. Cute. Gonna take you home. Rika-chan was wearing a Shrine Maiden outfit. Yep. Rena's little outburst was completely understandable. Rika-chan's clothes sure looked like the real deal. Is that a Shrine Maiden outfit? My grandmother made them by hand. They're quite authentic. Rika-chan has an important task to do at the end of the festival, so she's wearing this. I see. Rika-chan was on the executive committee because she performed all the Shrine Maiden rituals for the festival. Cute! My work is only during the finale of the festival, so I can still play for a while. She looks so cute! But we cannot afford to waste any time. Let us begin! Alright! It felt good to wander around the festival with just 5 of us. Mion called everyone over to a stand that caught her attention and proposed a rather odd competition. Takoyaki eating race. I love takoyaki! I love takoyaki so much. Everyone has to buy their own. Ready, go! Wait, so... Okay, if everybody has to buy their own, but it's a takoyaki eating race, wouldn't the person who has the most money just win? A standard in vendor stalls, the takoyaki stand. What was especially standard for these kinds of events was the fact that they were simply balls of dough, takoyaki in name only. A what? It burns! Are you okay, Keiichi-kun? Wait, isn't there octopus inside of the takoyaki balls? Or is this stall only doing dough? Why does it sound like the game corner music from a Pokemon? Hi! Because it's a banger. Hi, Rinda! Welcome in. Have some water. My. Eating those scalding takoyaki whole is suicide. Honestly, okay, so true. One time I got takoyaki and I didn't even wait for it to cool off. And I immediately plopped one in my mouth, bit down, and it exploded. And it burned the inside of my mouth, but it was so worth it because I love takoyaki. I think there is, yes, which is why they would call it that. Yeah, they just described it as just balls of dough, so I was a little confused. I guess the trick is to buy the ready-made ones that have been left there for a while. Okay, so true, the strat. They really don't taste good. Huh? The stall next to it was a shaved ice stand. It was still a bit too early in the season for that, but that didn't matter. Let's do shaved ice this time. It's a shaved ice eating race. Ready? Go! Freaking brain freeze. A shaved ice eating race? I can't. She's gonna get a brain freeze. As long as you can melt it a bit with your body heat, then it's so cold. Not smart. This old man ordered it with plenty of syrup. It'll melt quickly when it's mixed up. Ah, true, because the syrup isn't as cold. Those stooges were too late. The moment they chose to tackle it head-on was their downfall! Whew! Finished! Kei-chan's done? That was too fast. I've never actually ate takoyaki, but I tried that weird vegetable pancake and it was called okonomiyaki. It was delicious. Yeah, I've never had that before. I've never had okonomiyaki before, but I really want to try it. But I've had plenty of takoyaki. I love takoyaki. Add water from the goldfish tank behind you, did you? Ew! What if the goldfish pooped in there? That can't taste very good. Next to that was another old favorite, a cotton candy stand. Oh, That's too much sugar. The syrup into the cotton candy. Why don't we do this one next? Of course, it's a speed eating contest. Hey, how do you eat cotton candy quickly? It just melts in your mouth, Rena. What do you mean? How? What do you mean by that? On Satoko's mark, Mion, Satoko, and I all compressed the cotton candy into our bare hands. The time it took to stick the whole thing down our mouths, 3 seconds. I expected Satoko to figure it out, but I think Kei-chan would too. But I didn't think Kei-chan would too. I can't have you treating me like a newbie forever. Can I? It won't taste very good. Does she just not like anything? Does Rika just not like anything? Rika-chan had always crushed it between her hands, and Rika-chan had always crushed it. Had also, why do I keep saying always? Had also crushed it between her hands and stuck it into her mouth. This is probably the only place in Japan where you can eat, where people can eat cotton candy like this. I think only Rena's cotton candy was happy with how it was eaten. But I felt like we'd end up doing stuff like eat noodles through the nose contest or human water pump at the goldfish scoop at the rate things were going. Rena gang, we ain't winning. This old man will probably still win too. I'm simply no match for Mion-san when it comes to eating repulsive things. Repulsive? Yeah, seriously. What's up with you guys? Are you telling me you don't want to have a blue Hawaii-topped yakisoba eating contest? Blue Hawaii-topped yakisoba? What? I did that as a kid? Shake, shake. Both Satoko and I shook our heads in unison. What is blue Hawaii-topped yakisoba? What? Can we have a game that doesn't involve food this time? Can we? Rena's proposal was a godsend. It was about time we played a different kind of game. It also seemed like neither Rena nor Rika-chan were any good at speed eating or gorging themselves. Blue Hawaii is like pineapple coconut. Oh, on yakisoba? Ew! Ew! Okay, Rena. I'll let you pick out the next game. Anything is fine. Well then, I'm going to be the judge. Find cute things on the festival grounds. You have 1 minute. 1 minute to find something cute. Fine by me. I know exactly what Rena likes. All right. I think I can win with that. Ready? Go! Oh? Why aren't Keiichi-kun and Rika starting? Why not? Mion and Satoko dashed off madly, but Rika-chan and I calmly stayed right where we were. What? What do they have? What are they plotting? What are they plotting? Over pork yakisoba? Yeah, that might be okay, actually. Could it be? You've already found it? The cute thing? We've already found it. Keiichi too? Yeah. Are they just gonna present Rika because she's cute? What is it? What is it? I can't wait! Both Rika-chan and I stood motionless for those few moments before Mion and Satoko returned. This is probably the first time we've gone head-to-head like this. It will be the first. Rika-chan, you expect to win with that? Huh? I am a member of this club as well. Win by any means is our society's third rule. Rika-chan sneered to the best of her ability. You're on! Both Mion and Satoko came back, each other with their own plan of attack stuffed in their arms. Okay then. Let's go in order. Let's start with the club president, Mi-chan. Too bad, you guys. I'm ending this now. This old man brought this! Where did you get those? They were old tin diamond-shaped signs. Pleb curry, snake coil incense, and oro namin si. How about this? What are these? That's very understated. A little too understated, Mion. I used to see those stuck up on the barbed wire fences. They were more nostalgic than cute. Can you explain what part of this is cute? But there were puffs of smoke noisily shouting out of Rena's ears and nose, almost like a steam train. I didn't get it. She just thinks anything is cute. I shall be up next. It's this. It was the hand-drawn poster from the Lady Society roasted corn stall. It was a really bad sketch done by a housewife. An anthropomorphic roast corn drawn without any sort of real plan. Its very existence invited a sense of sorrow to the viewer. Oh no! Bleep! That was the sound of blood jetting from Rena's nose. It seemed to have been rated higher than Mion's. I really didn't get it. It feels like your artistic sense is a little avant-garde by about 5 eons. What are the actual tags of Higurashi? Psychological horror? Smile. No, it's obviously just cute anime girls doing cute things. Oh! Those were nothing but mass-produced signs after all. They had no chance against something hand-drawn. I couldn't even begin to follow the way those guys were thinking. Then I will be next. Next is Rika-chan, is it? I wonder what she has. What can you even do without anything? Did you and Satoko both forget? If Rika-chan felt like it, she could simply... Uh-oh. After moving back about 10 yards, she began waddling up to Rena. Seeing that both Mion and Satoko gasped. Oh no! Too late! Rika-chan tripped over nothing and lay motionless after falling down. Rena hurried over to her. Rika-chan, are you alright? Are you alright? Rika-chan had a lump on her forehead and tears welled up in her eyes. Only her fingers peeked out from her sleeves. This was the vital part. The palm of her hands were covered by her sleeves. She made just a single sound. Oh, how cute! Cute! Going to take you home! I'd completely forgotten that. The play that I personally had to use. Rena's face went completely red, her head bobbing back and forth with excitement. She embraced Rika-chan and began rubbing her cheek against her. I'd expect no less from her. Not a single element was overlooked. Lolly, shrine maiden, brink of crying, Mew! It was perfect. A single trip transcended into pure moe. Now this is what you call art. Damn, got her. Kei-chan has a pretty weird definition of art. I'll just pretend the sharp sting of those words cutting through me like a razor was a figment of my imagination. Rika-chan turned her gaze to me with a daunting smile as she was caressed by Rena, who was in full cute mode. Now, Keiichi, can you beat me? That cold smile is frightening Rika-chan. It must be my imagination, but I see a demon inside her sometimes. Kei-chan seems to have his own plan of attack. I wonder what he's going to show her. I also wish to observe the play Keiichi-san will make. Yeah, I'm curious because both of them didn't walk away. Could it be Kei-chan is also going to give a performance? Oh, he's gonna tease her for sure. I basked in their pointed stares. I pulled Rena, who gave no sign of canceling out of cute mode, away from Rika-chan. Oh, cute thing, Keiichi-kun, let's go. I'll show you something even cuter, so just hold on for now. Huh? Oh? Something even cuter? But it's a bit too crowded here. Let's go back there. Rena looked very surprised as I pulled her behind the shrine. I cannot fathom that Keiichi-san would possibly be planning. This is Kei-chan after all. No doubt it couldn't be. Keep on fighting. Yeah. What's he gonna do? Kidnapping. After a bit, I returned. And a bit after that, so did Rena, dragging her feet. What happened? There's no way that scoundrel Kei-chan did something too innocent, little Rena. Mion and Satoko passed by me, heading straight to Rena. What exactly did he do to you? For a moment, Rena was too dazed to realize someone was talking to her. Uh-oh. Gasp! Oh, it's me-chan. Oh. Rena? Are you alright? Did Kei-chan do anything to you? No, he didn't do anything strange to me. Huh. What the fuck? This is quite severe. Exactly what did Keiichi-san show you? Safe word. It was so cute. Oh. Cute! What did he show you, Rena-chan? Rena let out a really long "How." Her eyes sparkled as she spoke. Cute, so cute. It was Kiichi. What?! His furry little seal? Whap! Whap! Huh? In the blink of an eye, Mion and Satoko's elbow smashed into my face. Huh? Huh? What? What? Dude! He showed her his peanuts! Showing Rena something so dirty? You sick pervert! I shall have you beaten into oblivion. Wait, you've got it all wrong! Okay, maybe he didn't show her his peanuts. A dark, billowing aura flowed from Mion and Satoko. It was no good. They're gonna kill me! What did he show her? Mi-chan, I'm not sure what's going on, but you've got it all wrong. You see, Keiichi-kun had... Uh-huh, go on. It's a fur seal keychain. Oh. Rika-chan stuck her hand into my pocket and pulled out my keychain. Eh? He said he made it long ago for one of his summer school assignments. He said he doesn't show it to others often because it's embarrassing. Oh. Yeah. So small and cute. He tried his best to make it. It's so wonderful. Holy shit. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's actually cute with the context. And they fucked him up for nothing. This old man thought you meant it was Keiichi's cute little fur seal. Oh god. Oh, I'd expect no less from Mion-san. You misconstrue things in the wildest ways. They slung insults at each other and looked like they were ready to tear into each other at any second. I beg of you. If I'm in the clear, would you mind getting off of me? We don't keychain the same. We were interrupted by the flash of a camera. Oh, it's that one guy! Hey guys. You all seem energetic as usual. It was Tomitake-san. As I lay crumpled on the ground, Mion and Satoko continued to bicker above me. Rika-chan was patting me on the head and Rena was still in cute mode. It was probably quite a lively scene. She's a perv. Yeah, she really is. It's a fine evening indeed, although it's rather poor etiquette to photograph a lady without her permission. That's right. At least you don't really need Satoko's permission. Satoko dug her heel into me. Good evening. You're heading back tomorrow, aren't you? Were you able to take lots of good photos? Thanks to you, I got plenty of good shots. Tonight's the last we can see old Tomitake-sama, isn't it? It's such a shame. Hurry up and have a major breakout soon. Just as rude as ever, aren't you? I really am sad I won't be able to hear that voice of yours for almost half a year. Be sure to have as much fun as you can tonight. You'll be back in Tokyo tomorrow after all. That's true. It will be another 6 months until I can enjoy another night where I can see the stars. Tomitake-san looked up at the night sky so cheerfully. At that moment, even though he was smiling, I sensed a bit of sadness. Why don't you move here, Tomitake-san? In Hinamizawa. Tomitake-san was speechless. It's not very convenient here. No shops or recreational spots. There might not be anything really here, but you know. Everyone knew what I was trying to say. Tomitake-san was also aware. So Rena, Mion, Satoko, and Rika-chan, none of them butted in. I've only been here for less than a month, so I don't really know everything about it. Normally I'm really a talkative guy, but in situations like this, I'm at a loss for words. Even though all this was happening in such a boisterous setting, I felt like all the background noise was fading into the distance. This pace is probably... Tomitake-san rested his hand gently on me. Hand on me gently, silencing me. Thank you. Keiichi-kun, Mion-chan and Rena-chan, Satoko-chan and Rika-chan. Tomitake-san's smile was so slight it looked as if it was going to crumble at any minute, but it was so warm. I also think it would be great if I could live here. Those might have been cruel words coming from a kid who didn't need to worry about working to feed himself. Aww. Let me get a drink. A hand touched my back. It was Rena. Keiichi-kun, you shouldn't pick on adults. It's not nice. The background clamor of the festival returned. We won't be seeing him for a while after all. We need to make sure Tomitake-san also enjoys tonight. When Rena smiled, the mood instantly got brighter. That's true. I think I'll do just that. Ah, hey, Nishan, how about it? Can we let Tomitake-san in our club activities? That's a great idea. Or so I thought, but Mion had a snobbish look on her face. One of the requirements for membership is residence in Hinamizawa, you see. Come on, Mi-chan, just for today, don't be mean. Well, he does come around often every year. I'll make him an honorary citizen. Whoa! Yay! Now then, I wonder if this aged fellow, well past his prime, will be a match for me. Let's have him show us the wisdom of a mature adult. Can you keep up with us youngins? Tomitake-san stepped back slightly at her audacious grins. I, Mion Sonozaki Club President, do hereby authorize honorary citizen Tomitake's entry into our club. Her words were quickly drowned out by our cheers. What do you mean by club? What our club does, you see, in order to cope with our complicated society, we perform various activities with various rules. Sometimes they're in your favor, and sometimes they work against you. I'm pretty weak, so I'd prefer if you not single me out. Let's try to get along. She said that last time. If you wish to mock our childish games, then this will be the perfect opportunity. We'll leave you with nothing. We won't even leave the hairs on your butt. So it's a club where we play games together. Of course, Rika-chan was the only one to give an answer that made sense. Alright, just what I wanted. I'll take you up on that challenge. Don't be too rough on me, my mentors. Tomitake-san riled up and did a victory pose like he was 10 years younger. That's perfect! How cute. We continued walking through the festival with Mion in front. Now we looked like a family of 6. It had some intensity to it. Same rules as always, the loser will of course be subject to a penalty. Oh no, they're gonna play a game now? Didn't they just eat a bunch of stuff? I'm on Team Tomitake and Otters. That's the goat! Tomitake-san was a bit surprised, but it was just the same as always. Regardless of how terrible a penalty it was, just don't lose! Rena was also brimming with determination. She didn't have any intention of losing. That's true! I tousled Rena's hair to lighten the mood. She giggled to hide her embarrassment. I see. This is what it means to feel like a kid again. Tomitake-san whispered that to nobody in particular. At that moment, we heard an old man call out in a strong voice. Looking over, I realized that man Mion had greeted right before the festival. You're here! Little Miss Sonozaki! Seems you brought quite the crowd. We came to eradicate your entire stall. What? His stall was a shooting gallery. Oh. It was the usual setup where you had to knock down the prize you wanted with a cork gun. Oh. The rules are simple. 3 shots, the winner is whatever gets the biggest prize. Everybody shouted their agreement. Isn't that where they just like super glue stuff to the fucking shelf so you can't shoot anything down? There was no need to consider how to win, since the condition for victory was simply size. The biggest prize of the stall. It went without question. It was that one, wasn't it? Whoa, the teddy bear is cute! Rena was gazing longingly at the large stuffed animal. It was intentionally placed on an unsteady platform so it was possible to get it if you hit it the right spot. It's usually weighted down. Ah, the magnificently set up to make. Oh, it's magnificent. Magnificently set up. Jesus Christ, why did I struggle so hard? Set up to make someone think that. Not bad, Keiichi-san. I figured you would. You would see through this scam instantly. The most logical course of action would be to aim for some candy or a doll. The trick is to bring a real gun. Like that guy in the midnight shift game yesterday where he brought the gun in and then he threatened me and then he died. Give me the biggest prize you got. The intent analysis has already begun. In this club, you'll get eaten alive if you don't come prepared. Everything hinges on what you plan and hinges on what plan you can come up with before the main event. At some point, a large crowd gathered around us making a fuss, but there was much of a following there was this much of a following for our club's infamous event. Knocking that bear down ensures a win. Only 3 shots. To use them all, just trying. That'd be rough. That's 100% off coupon. Hey, I have other customers waiting, you know. Who's up first? The first one has the advantage of being able to aim for the easier prizes, but it's dangerous to complete without knowing the gun's quirks. Tomitake-san's take on the situation was pretty good. He gets what our club is about. Well then, to be fair, how about using rock, paper, scissors to decide? How about it? That's really the only way. Rock, paper, scissors. After a couple of matches, it ended up with Mion being first. I didn't want to end up first. Well, I'll just think of it as a handicap. Gramps! Gun! Here you go! When the shooting range guy handed her the rifle, Mion looked over it intently. She didn't forget to check the cork bullet either. Okay, this gun is brand new, isn't it? No faults? Not bad! Mion raised the gun in one swift motion. It was completely different from her careful inspection. She was shooting from the hip! Fire! Reload! Fire! Reload! Fire! Flap! Flap, flap! 3 candy boxes fell, one after another. A big haul! Wait, doesn't she need to get a large thing? Why did she get 3 small things? The crowd paused in a moment of awe and then erupted in cheers. Whoa! Awesome! That was quite good. Tomitake-san's at a loss for words after seeing such shooting prowess. Amazing, Mi-chan! 3! Maybe she can stack them on top of each other and have it count as like a big item. Her accuracy was incredible. Her choice of targets wasn't bad either. The 3 Mion had gone after were fairly large and pretty easy to knock over. Oh, okay, so they were big. They were all targets with very high return on investment. Who's up next? Satoko. Careful. The bullets are light. Next was Satoko. The rifle looked a bit big for her little body, but that didn't seem like she had any problem with the weight. Of course, I shall aim for the grand prize. She proclaimed that she was going after the teddy bear. Damn, Satoko. Such a bold move. The moment she knocks it over, she's guaranteed to be in first. Good luck, Satoko-chan. Satoko was the opposite of Mion. She aimed at the target quite carefully and squeezed the trigger. Bah! Those bullets are too light. The first 2 bullets struck the bear in the torso, but it only shifted a bit. You need to aim higher towards the head or it won't work. That's literally what I was just saying. Hit the head and have it topple over. Satoko's 3rd bullet wasn't aimed at the bear, but the candy box below its arm. I hate to say it, but it appears the bear is just too much for me. She went boldly after the big catch, but since she switched over to less impressive prey, at the last second the crowd only gave a strained laugh. Were they laughing because she lacked the courage? These fools know nothing. A fine attempt, Satoko. You've gotten better. The palm of Mion's outstretched hand went pop as it tapped it down slightly on Satoko. She appeared to just be talking hot air, but this was actually completely calculated. Damn that Satoko. Just to avoid being in last place, she dared to switch over to an easy target. Without shame or honor. Magnificent. I'll allow you to take the bear, Rena-san. I pray for your victory. Okay. Thanks so much, Satoko-chan. Oh, Bear-san's so cute. This is so intense. Rena was up next. She couldn't hit the broadside of the barn as she couldn't hit the broadside of a barn as regular Rena, but she said that bear was cute. Dang, she's in cute mode. I wonder how Rena-chan will do. I hope she's able to hit the last one. You're underestimating Rena, Tomitake-san. It's Rena, you know. It's Rena Ryugu. You know? If it was to get that teddy bear. Whoa! Tomitake-san wheeled around to see what all the commotion the spectators were making was about. If it was to get the bear, she'd be able to shoot through a pinhole. The one known as Rena Ryugu could do it. Shaking and shaking. Ah, cute. Rena couldn't hide her excitement over the bear's slow rocking. Now, Rena couldn't lose. Not bad, Rena-san. The less collected you become, the stronger you get. Dang, that was a shot. Whoa! Another big cheer. Rena's bullet hit the bear's forehead again. Not enough. The bear seemed to wobble more than before. But it might not be possible. Ah! You never know. With Rena-chan's skill, it might be. While Tomitake-san was just as excited as the crowd, Rika-chan's analysis was not swayed by emotion. If Rena had 10 more shots, then she could surely knock it over. But with just one more, no matter how you looked at it, no go. She get it? Ow! The crowd let out a dejected groan. No! She had shot it right in the forehead 3 times. It was a bit late. They gave her a good round of applause for the attempt. Aww. Oh, Bear-san. Take him home. Oh. She should be praised for her valor. She had no trophies to show for it. Then at that moment, the old man flicked one of the candy boxes with his finger and handed it to Rena. This is for you, little lady. Huh? You're giving this too? To me? Oh. The gods wouldn't forgive me if I let you go home empty-handed after such a display. There was another shower of applause. Rena turned bright red and I pulled her back over to us by hand. Shop owner, I knew. He's so nice. You did a good job. Your cute mode really surprised me. I really wanted Mr. Bear. It was easy to see that it only needed a little bit more to be knocked over. Rena had done quite a lot for me. I still needed to pay her back for that delicious picnic. Alright, then I'll get it and give it to you. What? Tomitake-san had stolen the words right out of my mouth. Okay. Oh god, they're both gonna be battling for Rena's affection. Please, Tomitake-san. Good luck. Damn you, old man Tomitake. Stealing the good parts for yourself. A small hand stretched out and fell gently on my head just before I was overcome with frustration. You keep on fighting too, Keiichi, okay? Tomitake-san carefully studied the bear. Setting his sights, he shouldered the rifle while holding the other 2 shots in hand. Why is he doing that? Rifle obtained! Yes, no doubt, Tomitake-san is aiming for. Whap! 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 The time between shots was short. It was meaningless to shoot again once it stopped shaking, so Tomitake-san was relying on rapid fire to win the battle. Smart! It was visibly wobbling, much more than it ever had before, but that was all. It still didn't fall over. Too bad! All of Rena's momentary expectation from watching it sway violently turned into a dejected sigh. I really thought that would work. Oh! It seems that since you're a man, you will not be receiving any candy. That was it. My Tomitake-san had no spoils of war. What? What? So he gets no candy because he's a guy. What the fuck? That's fucked up. That is truly fucked up. So both Kei-chan and Rika-chan can just shoot down a small, easy prize and avoid being dead last. Avoid being the loser, huh? Oh, sorry about that. It's your turn next, Keiichi-kun. Best of luck. I didn't mean to add that to turn into a dead link. No, that's okay. I was the 5th shooter. I took the rifle from Tomitake-san. If I took the ruthless route as Mion had suggested, then I'd go for a small target. Except, when I picked up the rifle, I definitely got a feeling from it. It was burning passion, passed down to me by Tomitake-san. The regret of not being man enough to feel the bear that Rena wanted. Yes, that's right. If I didn't aim for the bear, then I wouldn't be a man! After all, that was my promise to Rena. Huh? What promise? What? To shoot down that bear, then give it to Rena. That one. You mean... The crowd went wild when they saw our conversation. Woo! Cool! Oni-chan! You got balls, man! That's not it. Fine men of the crowd. If I don't do this, then Rena might mug the old man running the stall on his way home. No, that's not it. That's not it at all. Why can't I just express my honest feelings? Keiichi-san surely talks the talk, but do you actually intend to bring down the bear? Rena and Tomitake-san's shots did make it tilt a little bit, but I think the finishing job will be difficult. Keiichi-kun, if there was some way to shoot faster, I'd be able to pile more power on the sway. Oop, turn that off. For each hit. Good luck, Keiichi-kun. After taking 2 deep breaths, I shouted over to the guy. 2 more rifles. Huh? The crowd murmured against themselves. What? I wonder what Keiichi-san is up to. One person can't handle 3 rifles at once. What is he gonna do? I get it. Nice thinking, Kei-chan. Mion was able to figure it out magnificently. Basically, what was taking the most time was reloading the shot. That's right. Then by putting 3 preloaded rifles next to each other, Tomitake-san went silent, peering at me and the bear through his lens. This photographer's blood predicted a miracle will occur, and then the crowd finally picked up on what was happening. They let out a great cheer. They chanted my name. Keiichi! Keiichi! Rapid fire is the key. If I miss, all is for naught. After letting out a deep breath, I paused. Relax. Now! Boom! Oh god, that moment. It felt like time itself had stopped. It felt like I could see the trajectory of the bullets. Hit it. And knock it down! The first shot hit the bear on its head. The second. The third! The bear swayed hard. And then... Woo! Yeah! Woo! The cheers began before the stuffed animal even finished falling from the shelf. The guy caught it before it hit the ground and tossed it over to me. Hey, yo! You actually knocked it over. You got me. Amazing. Congratulations, Keiichi-kun. Keiichi-san has finally learned how to use his head. I see you in a slightly better light now. I didn't do it all by myself. Everyone hit it, and those small bits together brought it down. This trophy belongs to all of us. Right. This is from all of us working together. Me didn't hit a single time. Ugh. After holding up the teddy bear like it was a championship trophy, I handed it to Rena. Here. This is from me. No, from everyone. Thanks for always making your delicious lunches. Rena, thinking she was never actually going to get it, was momentarily speechless. I can't... Keiichi-kun, this is everyone's after all. Huh? In that case, I was the one who knocked it down. And it's mine! It's mine! So I'm giving it to Rena. I pushed the stuffed animal towards her again. It's time. This time she embraced and accepted it. You've watched out for me ever since I moved here, after all. I'm really grateful to see. I'm really grateful, you see. Thanks a lot. All for Rena's smile. Keiichi-kun, thanks so much! Rena dove at me. She's gonna glomp him. Mion told me a few days later that Rena kissed me, but I didn't realize it during all the excitement at the time. I remember what I was trying to say to Tomitake-san earlier. There really isn't much of anything here, but there are lots of things you can't find anywhere else. I gained a lot from coming to Hinamiyazawa, especially at that moment. The crowd's cheers echoed on and on. From the altar set up in front of the shrine, the drums sounded with a booming echo. It was the finale of the festival. Ooh, Keiichi got a kiss. Ooh. I'll be going off ahead then. Uh-oh. I need to go and get myself a good spot too. Well then, everyone. See you in a bit. Both Rika-chan and Tometake-san gave their farewells and disappeared into the crowd. I wish both of you the best in your endeavors. Now, shall we be off? Yeah, might as well go see Rika-chan's charming figure. Let's go! Yeah. Huh? Where's Rena? What are you doing? Keiichi-kun! Mi-chan, save me! She was carrying such a ridiculously large stuffed animal. She was being carried by the flow of people. What is she doing? She must have her hands full taking care of that bear. So I'll leave Rena in your care, Kei-chan. I have my hands full taking care of Satoko. Who would want to be looked after by you, Mion-san? Ouch! Please don't pull on my arm. The old man. Before losing sight of Mion, I grabbed the back of Rena's collar. Keiichi-kun not there. Don't grab me there. Always so bossy. Where can I grab then? Oh. I didn't feel ashamed at all. Rena was ashamed enough for the both of us. I grabbed onto Rena's hand and dashed after Mion and the others. We're gonna be late. Let's hurry up. Yeah. Ah, she's blushing. I hadn't realized Rena's hand was so delicate. Maybe she needed a bit more exercise and nutrition? That wasn't what I meant. Not at all. My ears burned. I tried to keep calm. I repeated the phrase, keep it together, Keiichi Meibara, in my head. But it didn't look like I would be able to anytime soon. I really didn't want Rena to see my face right then. So I pushed onwards, dragging her along without looking back even once. There was already a huge group of people gathered at the altar in front of the shrine. The fire at the altar made it as bright as a midday and just as hot. There was a pile of futons warded with a sanctified rope in front of the altar. Come to think of it, they did say it was a festival where they did something with the cotton. Wait, I accidentally skipped a little bit. With the cotton futons. Keiichi-san, Rena-san, we're over here. Satoko waved her hand in the front row. Sorry. Making our way through the mass of people, we reached the spot they saved. How was it? Were you able to have a little bit of excitement, Rena? I need to take another drink. There we go. You punk! So that's what your plan was. Instead of replying, Mion gave us a perverse grin. How was it, Rena? Was Kei-chan's hand bigger than you thought it would be? Oh, God. How? Rena turned bright red, puffs of steam shooting out of her. I heard something slice through the air and turned around to see Mion on the ground with the welt on her face. Mion, when were you hit? Between the ha and the o of her how, I think. Rena, it's not good to punch your friends and to hide your embarrassment. I didn't hit her. Whatever. How? How? Thump. The thunderous beat of the drum echoed, silencing the crowd. You must all be quiet in the beginning. It was a solemn ritual. Ding, 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 ding. Rika-chan entered dressed as a shrine maiden, followed by members of the municipal committee. The elders all looked at Rika-chan and clasped their hands in praise. The only thing allowed to disturb the profound silence was the flash of Tometake-san's camera. What's the big thing Rika-chan is holding? A hoe that's used for this festival. It's a sacred farming tool that only the shrine maiden may touch. It was an awkward shape for a piece of farm equipment, not uncommon for something used in the rituals. After reciting a Shinto prayer, Rika-chan approached a pile of futons gathered at the altar. She swung the hoe skillfully, plowing it into the futons. Each and every little moment of this performance probably had to be done in a certain way. Without a doubt, this was a ritual. What's next? Airing out futons. She's purifying futons that absorbed illness from people over the winter. So when Kei-chan said, airing out the futons, he wasn't completely wrong. How else are you supposed to hide embarrassment? Rika-chan's face was already dripping with sweat. That hoe was probably really heavy. She staggered side to side with the momentum of each swing. Satoko looked on, silently lending her support. Worried? Rika practiced every single day with the mochi hammer. Dang! She will certainly prevail. Satoko's hands were sweaty, and whenever Rika-chan started to sway a little, she held her breath. Why wasn't Mion a candidate to be the Shrine Maiden? It feels wrong having Rika swing around something so heavy. I'd do it if they asked me, you know. And well, it's not something just anyone could do. That's true. Shrine Maidens need to be pure after all. Huh? Is Mion not pure? Mion drove her elbow into my side. With the thud of the big drum, Rika-chan gave a solemn bow and descended from the altar. That triggered a round of generous applause. After the Shinto priest had raised up the cleansed futons like a portable altar, all the spectators stood up. Following after the priest, we all marched on at a moderate pace. They descended the shrine's giant stairs in a line. What's happening now? Washing the futons in the river? Watanagashi means setting cotton adrift, you know. Oh. The procession continued right up to the bank of the stream. A fire was stoked high, and it was bright as day here too. People started crowding around it and clamoring. All right, get in line. Line up, Keiichi. I remembered what was up. Maybe we'd get some holy wine? Red and white and bean buns? Yo! I love bean buns. They're so good. It's not food. I said it was cotton. Ah, but of course. They didn't call it the Watanagashi for nothing. I finally understood. The municipal community members pulled out the cotton from inside the futons and balled it up like mochi, handing it out to people. Rena drove it into the line and brought out some for me as well. We then proceeded to the bank of the stream. Since it's your first time, Keiichi-kun, just copy what I do. She held the cotton in her hand and waving her hand as if to purify it, she touched it to her forehead, chest, navel, and both thighs. You do this 3 times and silently give thanks to Oyashiro-sama. Oyashiro-sama? What's that? The name of the shrine's god? Yes, it's the guardian deity of Hinamizawa. It brings both miracles and curses, so you must be sure to show respect. That sounded like a pretty frightening god. But, well, when in Rome, I was officially a resident of Hinamizawa now, after all. Doing as Aruna showed me, I touched the cotton over myself 3 times. Thank you, Oyashiro-sama. Thank you, Oyashiro-sama. Oyashiro-sama. This way, all the evil that possesses you is sucked out by the cotton. Then you let it gently drift away on the stream and you're done. Together, Rena and I set our pieces of cotton afloat on the surface of the water. The flowers of cotton blooming in the water had sucked out all the evil festering in Hinamizawa and drifted off, disappearing into the distance. It was wonderful, like these floating lantern festivals I'd seen on TV. The best part, though, was feeling like this rite of passage had made me a true resident of Hinamizawa. Aww. How cute! Cute festival. Bum, 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 bum. While staring off into the stream, I somehow got separated from Rena. I wasn't lonely, though. I know this place now. This is where I live, my home. It's probably better if I just stay here instead of wandering around aimlessly. Someone would surely find me while I was enjoying the evening breeze. Hime! Hi, Tracker! I heard a familiar voice. It was Tomitake-san's. I headed towards it. How did it go, Tomitake-san? Were you able to get some good shots? Yeah, fortunately. Tomitake-san was with a girl. I felt like I was intruding. Yo! How was it, Keiichi-kun? Did you enjoy the festival? From the way she spoke, it seemed like she was a resident of Hinamizawa. I really should try hard to remember people's faces here. How goes the Higurashi? It's pretty good. How are you? Girl! Well, it was fun. My face must have given away how desperately I was trying to remember her name, because she gave a light-hearted chuckle. It's probably because it hasn't been long since you moved here. It's pretty hard to believe seeing how friendly you've gotten with other kids. If that's how it looked, it was probably all thanks to Rena and Neon. Perhaps you feel more like a resident of Hinamizawa after taking part in the festival today. I wonder about that. Oh, that's not like you. I tried to get used to Hinamizawa, but there was still plenty of things I didn't know. The faces of people I'd met, for example. The things that had happened in the past as well. All is well, just vibing. Good, good. I'm glad to hear that. Ads are going to run in about 40 seconds, and I feel like it might get a little spicy in the story. So I'm going to go BRB for like 3 minutes, and then we'll continue reading when I get back. Okay? Okay. It's a good opportunity for everybody to get up and use the bathroom or get a snack or get some water or something like that. All right. I'll be right back. We're back. We're back. Thank you for chilling while the ads ran. Welcome back. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Thank you. Alright, where did we leave off? I tried to get used to Hinamizawa, but there was still plenty of things I didn't know. The faces of people I'd met, for example, things that had happened in the past as well. Oh. Feeling left out because of something like that? It's not so much as a feeling left out, it's just I'm not sure how to say it. That incident at the dam construction site, the fighting over it and other conflicts, that terrible incident they pretended they didn't even know about it whenever I brought it up. Welcome back, thank you, Thunder! Even though it was in the past, as someone living in Hinamizawa, it wasn't wrong to want to know about both the good and the bad that had happened there. Got me a cup of Red 40. Hey, yo, let's go! If you will put it at ease, then I'll tell you everything I know. Tometake-san's smile made me more relieved than I'd ever been. It was hard to think about what to ask when someone said, ask me anything, though. Even when there was so much I wanted to ask. Then could you tell me about what happened when the dam was being constructed? There was a big incident where Hinamizawa was going to be submerged, right? I think the locals would be more knowledgeable about the dam than I am. Well, if you don't mind, I'll tell you what I know. It's only what I read in the newspaper, though. Tometake-san's eyes entered an unfocused gaze as he searched through his memory. Then he spoke. Uh-oh. The decision to start the dam project was finalized 7 or 8 years ago. I heard it was the next major project after Kurobe. Where'd the music go? There were 3 major issues in Japan at the time. Or not the music, the water. Improving inter-island transportation infrastructure, meeting the higher demand for electricity, and flood control. There was a boom of dam building due to the massive economic stimulants they provided on top of generating electricity and flood control. Hinamizawa had the right conditions to support dam construction, so it was singled out. The dam reservoir could have covered quite a lot of ground when it was completed. The entire right up to Yagouchi, way upstream, would be underwater. But why did they have to pick a populated area like Hinamizawa? Couldn't they have instead picked a place where nobody lived? Not really sure why, but I heard that it was just the right terrain for building a dam. Of course, there were protests here in Hinamizawa. Rika-chan said there was a battle. From that choice of words, I guess things had turned violent. There was a trial, and it was even brought up before the National Diet. It was covered in the Tokyo newspapers, too. Mian had told me all about that as well. I'm sure every resident of Hinamizawa had united to fight together. The feeling of solidarity found here, which could not be expressed properly with mere words, was likely brought about by that battle. As a result, bribery and scandals were brought to light. As things got more and more complicated, they eventually halted the construction. If I wanted to know, now was my only chance to ask. It was certainly a bizarre incident that boys my age would be curious about. I think it's pretty normal to be curious about this kind of thing. I felt a little shame for the fact that I was petty enough to have my curiosity piqued by Rena and Mian's refusal to talk about the event. I think that's normal too. Like, if somebody's not going to tell you about something, you're obviously going to be curious about it, especially if they refuse to talk about it. But I figured I might as well ask. I had the chance. Just so I would stop thinking about it so much. So there was a dismemberment, right? There was. I happened to be here in Hinamizawa at the time, so I remember it well. Tometake-san's answer was nonchalant in contrast to my hesitantly forced-out question. It was about this time of year, 4 years ago. It was the day of the Watanagashi, if I remember correctly. Debate on whether to continue construction on the dam was in disarray. Scandal after scandal rocked the project near the end. The incident that was the final nail in the coffin for the dam project. My friend told me a sick battle happened here. You know anything? I want to know too, dog. Exactly. The fight at the dam construction site ended in the victim being murdered. Fearing prosecution, the 6 assailants divided the remains into 6 pieces and each hid 1. 5 of the 6 criminals turned themselves in out of guilt, but 1 was still on the run. The right arm he'd hidden had yet to be found. The major details lined up with what was in tabloid I'd read early. It certainly was a tragic incident. But it wasn't so terrible that Ren and Mion needed to hide it from me. I guess they didn't want someone who'd moved here to have a negative impression of Hinamizawa. I felt grateful for having friends who worried so much about me, as well as ashamed for still being so interested in it. It was near the end of the trouble with the dam, you see, so everyone was saying that it was Oyashiro-sama's curse. Oyashiro-sama's curse. Huh. Oyashiro-sama was the name of the god at the shrine that held the festival today, if I recalled correctly. I see. Their guardian deity rained divine punishment down on the evil dam construction for trying to flood Hinamizawa. Apparently the younger ones didn't think so, but it seems the elderly in the village never doubted that it was Oyashiro-sama's curse. The woman with Tomitake-san with the woman with Tomitake-san said with a mischievous chuckle. Tomitake-san began laughing with her. It was so infectious. I ended up laughing as well. Water. But I wonder about it now. There are quite a few, I think, amongst the youth. Amongst a few what? People who believe in Oyashiro-sama's curse. The woman's lips were still curled into a smile, but her expressions turned stern. Then after that, it continued every year. Always around this time. Continued. What continued? Tomitake-san paused for a second as if to build up some suspense. Then he whispered to me as if someone might have been listening. Every year on the day of the Watanagashi, somebody dies. Ah! The year following the dismemberment on the day of the Watanagashi, a man from Hinamizawa who had supported the dam fell off a cliff overlooking some rapids and died while he was on vacation. Unfortunately for his wife, the body was never recovered. He supported the dam construction even though he lived in Hinamizawa. At the time, there were whispers amongst the elderly saying it was Oyashiro-sama's curse. The woman chuckled mischievously again. Then the next year, the night of the Watanagashi, the shrine's Shinto priest died suddenly from an unknown illness. His wife drowned herself in the bog that night. The shrine's Shinto priest? You mean he was from the shrine here? The woman nodded. There was a rumor amongst the villagers that they weren't able to quell Oyashiro-sama's anger. Then the next year after that again, on the night of the Watanagashi, they discovered a battered body of a local housewife. Housewife? Up until now, all these mysterious deaths were people involved with the dam, or who had connections with Oyashiro-sama. With that in mind, could the housewife have been involved in some way too? Exactly, the woman stated slyly. No, it was more menacingly. One of the victim's relatives, you see, was connected to the younger brother of the dam supporter who fell to his death 2 years before. The younger brother is still alive, it seems, but it did bother him quite a bit, so he moved to the neighboring town. Spooky! For a while, I stood there with my mouth agape. The battle over the dam construction with Hinamizawa's future at stake, and the murder at the center of it all. That was all I knew, and that was all I wanted to ask about. But that wasn't all there was to the story. Homicide. Body disposal. Accidental deaths. Hi, Alk! Welcome in. Terminal illness. Suicide. Fatal beatings. I'm a pretty level-headed person. I don't really want to believe in curses, but the freakish deaths happen every year on the day of the Watanagashi, and all of them were related to the dam construction. It was easy to dismiss each of them as coincidences by themselves, but when you put them all together, dismissing all of them as coincidence would then defy logic. Bum, bum, bum! I don't believe in curses, but every single year on the day of the Watanagashi, somebody or something makes it happen without fail. The woman chuckled again as if she picked up on what I was thinking. I felt like she was saying, maybe there was. Maybe we frightened him. Stuff like that. I felt embarrassed at being so read so easily. I pressed Tomitake-san to continue, a bit of impatience and irritation in my tone. Then, so someone died the next year, right? Who was it that time? I wonder who you think, Keiichi-kun. The hell? The way he said it didn't agree with me. Sarcastic tone ticked me off. Don't avoid the question. I'm serious here. Hey, calm down, Keiichi-kun. I realized when she tried to calm me down that I had been panicking. We aren't trying to avoid the question, Keiichi-kun. It's just, when you say the next year, it's this year! That's today. When she hesitated to say it, Tomitake-san finished for her. I broke into a cold sweat. I really didn't like the direction this was headed. Nobody wants to speak of it, but they all think it's going to happen again tonight. The festival was so cheerful, though. Well, the victim last year, the housewife, she was a non-believer. It turns out she didn't even attend the Watanagashi festival. There was a rumor going around that if you didn't participate in the festival, you would incur Oyashiro-sama's wrath. Didn't you hear anything about this, Keiichi-kun? I never even heard a whisper of that rumor. But then the reason everyone was at the festival was they were afraid of the curse? Damn, they don't just want to enjoy a festival with the residents? That you're scared? I figured that must have been the reason. There were a lot more people at the Watanagashi than usual. I guess everyone was just afraid after all. Oyashiro-sama's curse. Couldn't utter a single word. Uh-oh. In this modern age, where we've made progress in all scientific fields, shedding light on the unknown and misunderstood, where black and white television has been eradicated and we've sent men to the moon, even with all of our accomplishments, this can exist in modern society? Tons of invitations were sent out to the neighboring town's youth groups to help pad the numbers. After that stirring of events, few decided to join. The municipal committee members were complaining about how hard it was to gather participants. Also, the police are treating each case as isolated. They don't believe they're connected. They're trying to keep it quiet. So it's all plainclothes officers. Is that what that said? Plainclothes officers, sorry. It finally began to dawn on me why Rena and Neon were reluctant to chalk. If nothing happened during this Watanagashi, everything would have been over with and it'd be none the wiser. Oh! If nothing happened, all would be well. In that case, it would end up just being crazy talk. I should have just pretended like I knew nothing from the beginning. Then they wouldn't have had to act like nothing happened. And we would have all gotten back to life as usual. It's all your fault, Keiichi-kun! Maybe it was just too much for him after all. That woman ran her fingers through her hair as she sighed. No, it wasn't. Not at all. I had tried to act strong, but that just served to emphasize how much of the information had unsettled me. After seeing how I looked, Tomitake-san appeared to regret anything. Letting out a sigh, he then spoke, forcing an awkward, upbeat demeanor. Keiichi-kun, suddenly you don't believe in such things as curses. Well, no. The causes of all the crimes were unknown, with the perpetrators and their methods all mysteries, then I would think it's the work of a curse. But that's not how things are in reality. The police are investigating the evidence and suspects to uncover the truth. Hearing him say police made me feel a lot better. It was perfect for repelling the word curse. The first one, the dismemberment, for example. Told you, didn't I? All but one of the perpetrators were arrested. It was only a matter of time for the last one. The motive turned out to have been an argument they had while intoxicated. That's no curse. Don't you agree? That was true. If it didn't happen on the day of the Watanagashi, then I wouldn't think it was related to the curse at all. The accidental death of the man who supported the dam is the same. He was in a position that made others hate him. The police made a point to investigate from that angle. They concluded it was an accident, not foul play. But they both happened on the day of the festival, right? Just think about it, Keiichi-kun. Do you think people with a lot of enemies here in Hinamizawa would participate easily in a local festival? It would be especially hard for them to be around during the Watanagashi. So they probably left Hinamizawa intentionally around this time of year to travel, don't you think? It wasn't a very clear explanation, but I sort of understood what Tomitake-san was getting at. So I pressed on earnestly, asking more questions so that I could convince myself. Maybe like people just kind of followed him. Then Tomitake-san said, Tomitake-san, what about the priest who died after that? The one with the unknown illness. That also happened on the day of the festival. Maybe he was poisoned. It's even easier to explain what happened to the Shinto priest. The Watanagashi is really a big event that happens once a year. It was probably from all the built-up stress. Or maybe it had been because of a pre-existing condition. But it was an unknown illness. It's hard to believe something with an unknown cause could exist with all our advances in medicine. It's just an exaggeration. Rumors making rumors. Anyone would get worked up over having incidents happen 2 years in a row. The sudden death is quite unnatural, though. Of course, the police ordered an autopsy because of the strange way he died, but there wasn't enough for them to open a full investigation, you know. Turns out it was just a sudden death due to illness. The priest's wife committed suicide, correct? What about that? I believe I already explained that. Everyone was shaken up by the incidents happening for the 3rd year. Those who are strong in faith were quick to believe that it was the work of the curse. Of course, that includes the priest's wife. Apparently, they found a suicide note that says something like, "My death will quell Oyashida-sama's anger." Well then, how about the next incident with the housewife? That happened on the day of the Watanagashi too. The perpetrator has already been caught and the case has been closed. Turns out it was just some nut job trying to continue the legacy of the Hinamizawa curse, but who's to say it wouldn't happen again this year? Then, how about the incident the next year? Oh yeah. This is the next year. Tomitake-san gave a hearty laugh. Nothing will happen. Not this year. There was never a curse to begin with. It's just that a group of people believed it was the explanation for a string of coincidences. My internal computer finally got itself back on track. I felt a bit embarrassed by how childish I'd become after losing control and panicking. I can see very clear now that Keiichi-kun really does love Hinamizawa. Even though Oyashida-sama's curse actually did exist, Keiichi-kun couldn't bring himself to believe that such a thing existed. I felt very relieved. I should probably just forget everything I heard tonight. I'll greet Rena and Mion tomorrow with the same smile as always. They'd probably also like tonight to end without an incident, so I can continue on tomorrow without having worried me. Perhaps seeing my change in attitude, the woman who had been listening in stretch as she got up from the rock she was sitting on. Well then, I should be getting back. Goodness, I think I may have gone on a bit too long. There were so few people compared to the crowd from before. I could only make out a few groups of families enjoying the cool evening air. I looked at my watch. It seemed we talked for the better part of an hour. Dang! These are fair reasons. They really are. Didn't you come along with your friends, Keiichi-kun? Not gonna look for them. Oh yeah! They might all be looking for me. You're quite the scoundrel, making the girls look for you. See you, Keiichi-kun. Have a nice night. You too, Jiro-san. I'll see you a bit later. Dang! I'll see you later. Tomitake-san seems to be quite the scoundrel himself. So his name is Jiro. After dusting off her backside, she disappeared into the crowd of people still busy cleaning up the shrine grounds. Yay, the music! Keiichi-kun, I'm so sorry! In her place, Rena came running over. I could see all the others behind her. Speak of the devil. Ooh, my boy Tomitake, ooh! My bad, Kei-san. We got so caught up in our discussion. I'd completely forgotten about them while caught up in my own conversation, so we're even. So Tomitake-san was with you. This works out perfectly. We still need to settle the shooting gallery competition. Wait, didn't... He already won. What do you mean settle it? Ah, that's right. So I guess I'm gonna end up dead last. Oh, wait, the punishment. That's right. They still need to do the punishment. In the end, after my dramatic victory, Rika-chan was the last challenger, but there weren't many targets left. The ones remaining were all tiny and difficult to hit. She did take her time and aim, but all shots completely missed. She was to end up sharing the loser's crown with Tomitake-san. Wait, no, she's a girl. She gets a box of candy. However, she did her little mewing cry in front of the owner and he turned into mush instantly. She was given a pack of gum as a consolation prize. See? Her methods were a bit audacious, but she did avoid being the loser rather magnificently. Come to think of it, Rika-chan is quite the trickster. I have no idea what Keiichi is talking about. Now then, it's decided that Tomitake-san is dead last. Everyone cheered and applauded. Tomitake-san smiled wryly, slightly bewildered. So, Tomitake-san, are you ready? Penalty time! Huh? Oh, I completely forgot about that. You're too naive, Tometake-san. This is why our club can never lose. Mion pulled a felt tip marker from her pocket. Oh no! Oh, it's that. Showing some mercy, Mion. At least use a washable marker. A permanent one is too harsh. It just has to be permanent. It comes off when you do the laundry anyway. Whoa, whoa, whoa! What is this? Please take it easy on me. All of us pinned his arms behind his back, and Mion approached him with the marker in one hand. And squip, squip, squip. But she didn't write on Tometake-san's face. She wrote on the shirt he was wearing. Ah, I was confused because she was like, oh, it's gonna come off in the wash anyway. And I'm like, is he supposed to put himself through the washing machine? You better have your big break this year, Mion. Rena took up the marker. Oh, that's what she wrote on his shirt. You better have your big break this year. Rena took up the marker next. Show me your photos next time, okay? Ah, it's kind of like on the last day of like your senior year, how you write on people's shirts sometimes. It was a little heartwarming, and I just had to laugh. Haha. This is more like a fail wear card than a penalty. Oh, I'm not as soft as the rest. I'll make sure this is a proper penalty. Hags, have a great summer. Dead last, Satoko. Try harder next time. Rika. Here you go, Keiichi-san. I couldn't decide what to write, but based on what the penalty was, this was probably the most appropriate. Come back and play again, Keiichi. Tometake-san was silent the entire time. They're using black marker and this guy's wearing a black shirt. At first he was quite bewildered, but now he had a different look on his face. So I have to wear this all the way back to Tokyo as part of the penalty? Of course, you'd better wear it all the way home. We covered the principal's office and truck in post-it notes. Holy shit! I got a let's keep in touch from my crush once in middle school. We did not keep in touch. Oh no, bro didn't get a what is it? The fucking draw chat on the DS. You guys didn't give each other your friend codes. How unfortunate. Yeah, the Picto chat. You could wear it when you come back. It would be nice. He appeared deeply moved. Embarrassment mixed with the wealth of other emotions made him turn bright red. The Picto chat, yeah. Understood. I'll wear this the next time I come here. I'm sorry, Alk. I promise. Everyone cheered and applauded. It was the finest parting gift possible for a buddy heading out for tonight. I saw the woman who was with Tometake-san standing near the festival grounds. It seemed Tometake-san noticed her too and knew it was time to leave. I used to have it with one singular friend. I don't think I ever had like Picto chat conversations. Seems like our guest is waiting. Isn't it about time? Ah, yeah, that's certainly how it seems. Haha. Why are they being so suspicious? Tometake-san headed off towards her and seemed to apologize for making her wait. We all shouted stuff at Tometake-san. Each time we did, he looked back and waved his hand. Eventually, he faded into the darkness of the night, out of sight. It's quite the casual farewell. This wasn't the first time any of us had seen someone off. They had done the same thing many times before. He's gone. Well, it's about time we take off too. I did Picto chat on the bus one time and just roasted everyone on it. Rika-chan had to stay behind with the other committee members since they were having a meeting. Satoko was tagging along with her. I headed back home with the usual suspects. Do you guys think something's going to happen tonight? The walk back was quite lively, with talk of the day's war stories. Should have done this, should have done that kind of stuff. Rena and I parted ways with Mion, and then it was just the two of us. Then we got to my house, and I parted ways with Rena as well. It's already pretty late. You're all right by yourself? Yeah, I'm perfectly fine. It's close. I'm gonna run too. If you run into some weirdo, just yell. I don't like the idea of her going by herself. My time's up. Had a great time. I'll see you later. Bye, Larva! I'm sorry I yapped so much in the beginning, or else we'd be able to, like... We'd probably be on, like, another chapter by now, but... I hope you have a good night. Bye! If someone does come, will you come and save me? Maybe. Maybe. If I hear you. Oh, okay. I'll scream loud enough so you can hear me. Merrily is spinning her arms around at high speed Rena Jastov. She was fine, in that mode. Not even an adult could stand against her. Rena's cheerful presence disappeared and it finally became quiet again. The curse that not a single person even whispered about. The more I learned about it tonight, the more unsettling it became. It didn't show on any of their faces, but they were probably all quite concerned about it as well. But if nothing happens tonight, then it all ends up just being crazy talk. Nothing will happen. Nothing bad. Nothing at all. What's wrong, Keiichi? Why are you standing in a place like that? Come inside, you'll catch a cold. It was my mom. Did you go, Mom? To the Watanagashi festival? In the end, your father didn't wake up, so I missed it. A little disappointing. Is his dad alive? Mom stuck her tongue out with a bit of an embarrassed look on her face. Is the dad awake? What if it's the dad? I'm scared. I'm scared! Help! You've received new tips. Mr. and Mrs. Hojo's falling incident, the terminal illness... Oh. View the tips. We got quite a few. What the heck? Oh, it's the victims. It's probably the news from the victims. From the June 1980 edition. On the afternoon of XX at 2 p.m., office employee XXX and his wife XXX of Hinamizawa village in Shishibone Prefecture disappeared after falling 27 meters from the observatory platform in Shirakawa Prefecture. Police and firefighters searched downstream and discovered the body of XXX at around 7 p.m. that evening. His wife has yet to be found. The search has run into difficulties due to the effects of Typhoon 3 from the previous day. It appeared a railing at the observatory that the couple leaned on had broken, causing him to fall. The grounds-keeping staff was questioned by the police in regards to the facility's deterioration and if park maintenance was performed properly. Dang! The priest. From June 1981, on the afternoon of XX around 10 p.m. in the X district of Hinamizawa village in Shishibone Prefecture, the Shinto priest from the Furude shrine passed away after an existing condition he was recovering from suddenly worsened. Parties close to the deceased said he was suffering from anxiety issues concerning the festival, which was to be held that day. Yeah, stress could do it. Also, after Blank's death, his wife Blank went missing, leaving behind a farewell note. The police and local youth associated continued the search. However, given the presence of the farewell message and the fact that the Onigafuchi Marsh is said to be bottomless, they have run into difficulties. The music playing in the previous scene and I started schizoing out the game was coming from my closet. Oh no! I'm sorry. The housewife murder. It wasn't reported in the newspaper. Oh. Okay. Radio log. Are we getting an audio log? This is Okinomiya Station, calling Unit 3. Unit 3, please respond. This is Unit 3, loud and clear. Backup is headed your way. Hold position until further instructions. Over. Roger. Unit 3 acknowledge. Requesting no headlights. Requesting radio silence. Station, the doctor has arrived. They want to carry it away. What's the order? Over. Acknowledged. Leave it to the doctor. Affirmative. Understood. Backup has arrived. Shouldn't we let them take a photo first? I think the Vic is done for. That's one way to talk about them, I guess. The Vic is done for. Alright, let me save here. And then we'll continue. wonder if it's still the night. Oh, it's the next day! Good morning! Nice job yesterday, Kei-chan. You didn't do so badly yourself, Neon. Yesterday was fun. So maybe nobody got hurt. And everything is fine. Oh, that's right, Keiichi-kun. Thank you so very much for Mr. Bear. I'm glad you like it. Don't use it as a pincushion, though. I wouldn't. I have not a cousin, but like a family friend who's a police officer. Some of the way they talk about victims and crimes is a bit cringe. Really? Still chatting happily, we entered the classroom, but the moment we stepped into the classroom, a splashing sound and a nasty sensation. It was a bucket filled to the brim with water, and unfortunately my foot stepped right into it. Ew! Not the wet sock. My now, how diligent of you to mop the floor this morning. Clump, clump, clump. The wet sock. Blah! Keiichi-san flicked my forehead. You should set a more brutal trap next time. Seeing that, Rena began to swoon as Mion looked on dejectedly. Everything was the same as always. Everybody was there and nothing felt out of place. The uncertainties I'd had in the back of my mind since yesterday had vanished. What is it, Keiichi-kun? Didn't get enough sleep, maybe? Maybe. I slept like a log, but if you want, I'll do a reenactment during class. You shouldn't do that. Mion alerted us that the teacher was coming, so everyone shuffled off into their seats. Hopefully the teacher doesn't give any bad news. Oh no, the lack of music! Good morning, everyone. So yesterday was the festival. Thank you to all the people who stayed until the very end to help clean up. We were all slackers, so none of us actually helped clean up. Actually, I had a feeling that the only thing we did was run around the festival and cause a ruckus. Okay then. This time of year, you might see some people here from out of town doing interviews about the festival for magazines. Thought it was the usual stuff, so I'm gonna tune it out. But then I noticed a different tone in her voice and started paying attention. I had a lot of fun today, but I gotta go, heading home for the day. Take care. Thanks for hanging out while you can, Venus. It was nice to meet you. You may be asked questions. Please don't say anything silly or something that could be taken the wrong way. Do you understand? In unison, everyone replied, Yes, ma'am. What she said was really vague, but I understand what she was trying to say. After all, this was the 5th year. There were probably lots of third-rate reporters pouring in, hoping something regarding the curse had happened. It did nothing but perpetuate the village's bad image. She was saying, Don't spout stupid shit you think is funny. And now I was one of the ones who needed to keep their mouths shut. Found it rather cute how I felt a sense of unity from such a trite thing, if I do say so myself. So no one's dead. Right? I was summoned to the club activities after school. Since everybody was still pretty tired from yesterday, we spent the day relaxing. Yeah, that wasn't happening. Today, let's play a classic game of deduction. About this one? Or how about this one? Oh, a game from overseas. Looks interesting. Oh god, what are they playing now? The instructions are in English, but the rules don't seem that hard. I won't lose, you hear? I'm not too bad at this game. It seemed that Rena didn't handle this kind of game very well. The rules are the person who can match the murder weapon and the scene of the crime wins. Yeah, that's fitting. There were 3 kinds of cards comprised of suspects, weapons, and locations. Are they playing, what is it called? Like, who did it or whatever? I could see that the names of Mion and Rika were written on the suspects' cards. Clue! Yeah, clue is the word. Oh, a card with my name on it as well. There was plenty of different weapons too, like knives, axes, and poison! The locations are pretty nice too. Like the living room, the study, and the courtyard. Yeah, you're supposed to be like, it was Heme! With a knife! In the living room! So basically, you take one of each of the cards. These are the answer cards. So, we shuffle the remaining cards and hand them out. We ask each other about the cards and figure out the right ones. I see. So, the cards nobody has are the true perpetrators. and you raise your hand if you know the answer. The game ends and we check if the answer is correct. It's always Heme with a knife in the living room, always. If you're right, then you get a point. If you're wrong, then you lose a point. Since the game ends if no one gets it right, all the cards are gathered up and redistributed. You'll learn as you go. You really have to use your brain. You'll get confused if you don't take notes. The rest of you can figure out by playing. So, Mian, what is the penalty this time? Everyone directed their attention to Mian. Let's see, we're all still a little tired from yesterday, so maybe we'll take it easy on the gopher penalty. You'll be asked to rush out and buy. Oh, we'll take it easy with a gopher penalty. You'll be asked to rush out and buy stuff for everybody. So just being asked to go buy stuff like drinks and candy, I guess. I feel like the penalty to today is too simple. I wonder, is it really? Is Keiichi-san thinking what I'm thinking? Yeah, you don't know what you'll have to go buy. Yeah, like 7 gallons of milk and a rotisserie chicken. I'm betting Mian would send out to whoever loses to buy stuff like hemorrhoid cream or happy family planning manual or crazy stuff. So true! The cards were lightly shuffled and passed out to each player. The real perpetrator, the correct weapon, the scene of the murder have been taken out. So that means all the cards I have in my hand are innocent cards. Then I'll go first since I'm the club president, I guess. 7 gallons of rotisserie chicken and a single milk. Well then, Mian. Knife. Study. You pick one suspect, weapon, and a murder scene, and you ask each person. If you have any of those cards, then you must say I have one. However, you don't need to say which one you have. So you could just lie? Yeah, I got it. Me too. I have one. Oh my, all of them are here. The 3 people answered when she asked if they had Mian, knife, and studied. So that means that Mian and knife and study all are in the clear. Gotta jot that down. Then I'll go. Frenna, axe, lounge. Only 2 people said they had one. So it means out of the Rena, axe, and lounge, one of them is correct. And is part of the crime? No, wait. Even if they say they have one, they don't have to say how many. Is it possible that either Satoko or Rika has 2 of the cards? Well, Keiichi-chan is next. Go ahead. Ooh, wait, just a little. I'm still sorting things out. The gamble has me thinking more than I thought. Oh man, this feels like it feels like it's gonna be tough. Where are you going to buy rotisserie chicken by the gallon? Just blend it up. That's how he's getting the calculations. Alright, now I have the criminal. What? Already? Hey, I'm spinning around in circles and Mian just now raises her hand. The murderer is Rika-chan. Oh, I meant here. Here I am spinning around in circles. The murderer is Rika-chan. In the infirmary with the poison. Well? Mian drew the cards from the box and we checked to see if her deduction was right. You were right! Dang! All I needed was one more hand. I couldn't tell whether it was poison or pistol. I'd never used a pistol. I like killing them slowly with poison. Rika-chan said, such a hugely terrifying thing with such a sweet little face. Foreshadowing! Everyone was making a commotion about how they almost had it. Renan and I were left in the cold, though. How did you do it, Keiichi-kun? I couldn't get it at all. Don't worry. I have no idea either. How can you both be so unsure? You'll both end up in last place together at this rate. That's even worse! Going off buying something together as a couple? What if we ended up having to buy the Happy Family Planning Guide? I can tell from Keiichi's expression that he's not very good at this game. What? That's not true. I'll show you the true power of Sherlock Maibara during the next round. My, that sounds just wonderful. I shall give you quite the thrashing. After that, I managed to somewhat grasp the trick behind the game, and I was still always a step or 2 behind. I saw that Mian was somehow gleaning information from how the others were asking their questions. The level of experience was just too much. The only way I could stage a comeback was if I became ruthless. I tossed out a simple concept of deduction and switched over to the thought process needed to win. Drinky. The important thing isn't to find out the criminal, it's to win at the game. You're Eureka! Sorry, needed to go to the bathroom. Take your time and squeeze out a nice one. What? Michan, that's gross! I had them hold off the game and headed down the hall. The air was crisp. It showed just how stagnant the air in the classroom was from our body heat. On the school grounds, some of our classmates were still playing around. After spending some time cooling my head, Rena had made her way towards me. Keiichi-kun, did you call for me? Yeah, I did. As I got up from my seat, I winked over at Rena. I'm glad it worked out. I don't want to waste much time, so I'll get right to the point. Rena, what's your record at this game we're playing today? She was taken aback. At a moment, she hesitantly opened her mouth. Well, all losses. Why do you ask, I wonder? Go to Spencer's and buy a lava lamp and lube? I could tell from how apprehensively she was playing that the way things were going, I will as well. I can't figure out a way to pull off a last-minute comeback on this one, so I guess both of us will be taking that penalty? Hey! Don't accept defeat already. How about we win this, both of us? But how can we? I brought my lips to Rena's ear. Huh? Is that allowed? Did you forget, Rena? The second rule of our society, do everything in your power to obtain victory. Oh, they're probably gonna look at each other's cards. Yeah, I'll try my best. Our plan of attack was quite a rudimentary one. At the beginning of the game, everyone would be focused on their own hand for a while, taking notes and whatnot. Since our seats were right next to each other, we'd reveal our hands to another. I knew it. If we did it under the desk, then nobody would know. We begin the game with twice as much information as everyone else. Having this much information would mean we'd need to investigate less. With this sort of plan of attack, we start off with a big lead over the other guys. Yeah, with this, we can probably win. We both smirked at each other. If this was the shady businessman, then Rena was the corrupt senator. Heh, pleasure doing business with you. Then let's hurry back. We'll work as a duo and surprise everyone. Hey now. There's no point if we go back together. It would be flat out telling that we made a little agreement. Oh, sorry. Then what should we do? Go back ahead of me, Rena. I'll take my time coming back after washing my face or something. Okay, got it. Rena turned around and headed back to the classroom. I guess I should wait a bit longer before going back. If I went too soon, it wouldn't be like I went to the bathroom. If Mion or one of them suspected something, then there could be problems. Well, they'd figure it out sooner or later, because both Rena and I would start winning over and over again. Both Rena and I will have earned enough points to avoid being the losers by the time Mion realized what was happening. I'm shaving while watching, and I always had this urge to shave my eyebrows off. Don't do it! You'll regret it! Excellent. Not bad at all. Meibara-kun, may I have a moment? Huh? It was the teacher. Man, things were just getting good. What is it? I'm a bit... You have a guest. Please make your way to the entrance. A guest? It's not like I own a hotel. They've been waiting. Please hurry. It was rather unfortunate that I'd have someone waiting on me right before my big match. But I was more interested in the unexpected guest. I didn't want to waste my time, so I decided to take care of it quickly. The entryway was a heavy contrast from the hot sunlight and deep shadows. Who's this guy? Waiting there looking uncomfortably warm was a middle-aged man, his tie sloppily loosened and his jacket tucked underneath his arm. Are you Meibara-san? Keiichi Meibara-san. There was no question that he wasn't a resident of Hinamizawa, and that he was without a doubt the first time he had met me. Ever since I met Tometake-san, I've been running into so many middle-aged men. That's right. Who might you be? I have the AC on in my car. Let's talk there. It's a bit hot here, don't you think? Don't get in a car with a creepy old man. The man completely ignored my question, pointed over to his car parked near the gate, and began walking. You've got to be kidding me. I had no intention of going along with some geezer I didn't even know, and he was asking me to get in his car with him. Suspenders, belts, boomer clap. I'm not going to bite. Come on now. He opened the back door of his car and called me over. I didn't like this old man, but I wanted to know what this was about. Even while knowing that conversations that start out like this have never led to anything good. Yeah, it feels like it's like a social worker or something. The inside of his car was pretty cool. The cars with air conditioners were supposed to be luxury. My dad didn't even have one in his car, at least. Please let me know if it's too cold for you, okay? I have a habit of cranking it all the way up. So what business do you have with me? Out of spite, I decided to ignore his remark in the same way he did to me and start my own line of questioning. He pulled out a notepad from his pocket and took out a picture that was stuck between the pages. On it was the face of a pretty goofy-looking guy. If you know anything related to this individual, then tell me. Who the heck is this? I doubt even his close friends would be able to recognize who he was from the expressionless picture that looked like it was taken at the DMV. There were scribbles on his shirt done in permanent marker. It's Tometake. Starting with yours, Meibara-san, and quite a few of your classmates signed as well. Huh? This is Tometake-san. There was no hint of his usual unreliable and easygoing personality in this photo. It was an expressionless, half-asleep face. Then do you know this woman? Even before seeing it, I had a good idea of who it was. I don't remember her name, but she was some lady who was with Tometake-san last night. I didn't know what her name was, but I know she was a resident of Hinamizawa. When was the last time you saw these two? The night of the Watanagashi we spoke. They seemed pretty close, I guess. Did anything bother you about them? Anything is fine. Go ahead and say it. Being asked for every little detail is very troubling, honestly. I had a pretty good idea of who this guy was by now. Did something happen to them? There was no response to my inquiry. Thus I replied to the silence in kind. I was pretty sure, no, certain, that this guy was a cop. Then why? Why was he asking about Tometake-san? Did something happen to him? More importantly, why me? Shouldn't there have been plenty of other people who knew more about me or knew more about him than I did? The roar of the air conditioner felt unbearably loud. After a long pause, he finally spoke again. You've moved here just recently, isn't that right, Meibara-san? Are you aware, I wonder, about the stories of Oyashida-sama? My heart began to race. I'm pretty terrible at hiding things. Probably showed on my face. Not at all. If you don't, then that's fine. Well, I've heard of it. Tometake-san told me, actually. Hi, cheer! How much did you know about it? The dismemberment killing, the accidental death, death by illness followed by suicide, and the lady who was beaten to death. The incidents that always happened the day of the Watanagashi, ending in suspicious deaths. I didn't think Tometake-san would have kept anything from me. I think that was everything. No, rather, I didn't want to think if there was anything more than that. Do you know of that? Well, curse? Meibara-san. Feel free to speak openly about it. I don't believe in it. My answer was instant. It wasn't too much that I didn't believe in it. I was on the verge of believing. I wanted to clear away my own doubts. That was more than that was the more prominent feeling. Really? Then that's great. Guess you really are one of those city-raised boys. So what if I don't believe? I have friends waiting. So could you get to the point? The man in this picture is dead. No! Tometake-san, no! My mind went blank. Huh? What happened to Tometake-san? It would seem that he died last night. That was the night of the Watanagashi. Do you understand the implications behind that, Meibara-san? Implications? Not any at all. Not any for the cause of his death or the reasons behind it. The real problem was that he died on the day of the Watanagashi, meaning this year the curse of Oyashida-sama had once again. The death of Jiro Tometake is still confidential. You can understand why that is, right? I didn't want to understand why. Please tell me. Tell me what happened. It was rather peculiar. Might be a little too graphic for someone born and raised in Hima. It might be a little too graphic for someone born and raised in Hinamizawa. It was a roundabout way of saying it, but it caused me to doubt whether or not I wanted to hear the rest. I would only regret forcing myself to learn something if I shouldn't. Or at least that's how I figured I would feel if I listened to the rest. I'm kind of curious. Is the girl still alive? One of our patrol cars discovered the body on the way back from security detail at the festival. Oh, so was the radio we heard not about, like, one of the other victims, but this most recent one? It was late, about 5 till midnight. The location was, you know, where the road into town becomes paved, right? Down past the slope, on the shoulder, around there. There are a few streetlights on that road. Its pitch-black darkness was only broken by the lights of passing cars and the moon. It was a stroke of love that Tometake-san was spotted collapsed on the shoulder of the road. Tometake-san was face down, covered in blood. Blood and muck covered the asphalt. We thought it was a hit and run at first, but when the officer checked to see if he was still alive, he quickly noticed something abnormal. His throat had been ripped open. From a knife or something? No. Nails. Nails? As in fingernails? With those he clawed through? From the coroner's report, it was revealed that it was with his own nails. What? What does that mean? Basically, it means it wasn't a murder. It was a suicide. What the frick? Tometake-san thought there was a reason to tear open his own throat, as hard as he could with his own nails. Tore through the skin until he started to bleed. And even then, Tometake-san didn't stop. He continued clawing. That's gotta be a terrible way to go. With enough intensity that it could have peeled off his nails. Still clawing. Still clawing. Then, as his nails reached those vital arteries that you should never damage, he continued clawing. Splurt! Blood splattered on the ground around him as he bled. While gasping for breath, he collapsed, his body spasmed, and he died in agony. Is this a bad time to say he's just like me for real? What the heck, Aok? We thought drugs were to blame, but nothing of the nature was detected. Metal. But it was a suicide. I've never heard of such a thing. This unnatural way of dying. If this wasn't a mysterious death, then what was? The way he died in these 5 years. His death most resembled that of a curse. As if to show both myself and Tometake-san, who proclaimed there was no such thing as a curse, that we were wrong. Uh-oh. There were a few more suspicious details. From his body chemistry, preparation, epilation, and so on, we concluded that he was in a state of hysteria right before his death. That was a given. It's hard to believe someone could be in a sound state of mind while clawing out their throat. Wounds on his hands matched a discarded piece of lumber found nearby. There were traces of where he struck trees and the guardrails within. Tometake-san's blood was found all over the place, meaning that while tearing at his own throat, he was swinging around a piece of lumber. There were external injuries which were not self-inflicted, discovered on Tometake-san. There is a high probability Tometake-san was assaulted. The external injuries suggest there may be multiple suspects. Black metal band-to-band death section on Wikipedia. To summarize, Tometake-san was surrounded and attacked. While wandering the night roads in a state of panic after being cornered, he picked up a piece of lumber and tried fighting back. Somewhere in there, he began madly tearing at his own throat, clawing at it. Then he died. What the heck? The presumed time of death was around 9:23 p.m., meaning it occurred right after you finished talking to Tometake-san at the festival. Everyone signed Tometake-san's shirt, then parted ways. Right after that. Oh yeah, he should have been with a woman. What about her? She's missing. She hasn't shown up to work and she hasn't returned home either. There's a very high probability that she was involved in this incident. For a while, I could only gaze off into space. I would never have thought that something unfortunate happening to somebody close to me could affect me this deeply. The time I had spent with Tometake-san was short, but we went to the same festival, spent time together, and took part in the same competition. He was one of us. We have been continuing the investigation in various fronts, but when it comes to Oyashida-sama's curse, the villagers here aren't very cooperative. How many deaths have I missed? This is the first one. That I knew well. I would have been none the wiser if not for Tomitake-san, the outsider, telling me. So there were deaths in the years previous, but this is the first deaths that we've witnessed. So that's why you came to me, because I'm not originally from Hinamizawa. I should have been angry that there was the reason he wanted to hear what happened from me. If things go the way they have been, then the conclusion would be that Jiro Tomitake died from Oyashida-sama's curse. He turned away from me, gazed far off into the distance. The night of the Watanagashi, during the sacred ritual, he callously snapped photos, angering Oyashida-sama. That's how it's going to turn out. Oh, there's no way Oyashida-sama would inflict divine punishment on Tomitake-san. Tomitake-san had been killed by humans, and a cowardly group, no less. There's no way I was going to let this end up being the fault of some curse. I think so as well. There's no such thing as divine punishment or curses. The tense mood was cut with the man's hearty laugh. And that's how this must be, Meibara-san. Cooperation from individuals in Hinamizawa who don't believe in the curse is indispensable. Understand? Neither Tomitake-san nor I believed in curses, but the way things were going, it would just end up with Tomitake-san's death marking the 5th year, which would mean that Hinamizawa had rejected Tomitake-san. That was something I couldn't allow. Tomitake-san was one of us. He didn't live in Hinamizawa, but he came every single year. In a sense, he was more of a resident than I was. There was no way that Tomitake-san could have been cursed by Oyashida-sama. But there is nothing I can do to help. I have no idea what happened that night either. No. If you see or hear something that draws your attention, then that is enough. If I see or hear, he was talking in the future tense. Things or people or rumors, anything is fine. I don't care if they're unfounded. Here, this is my number. If I'm not there, then just leave a message with whoever picks up. He handed me a piece of paper with his number on it, but I hesitated for a second. Hinamizawa rejecting Tomitake like women reject me. I don't talk to women. If I look at it, then whether I wanted to or not, I'd be mired knee-deep in this matter. Please help me solve these questions surrounding Tomitake-san's unfortunate death. That's right. Why was I hesitating? I needed to find the murderer who killed my friend. I snatched up the piece of paper as a satisfied grin spread across his face. Everything we spoke of today is a secret. Please keep this confidential. Understood. From your friends as well, especially from Sonozaki-san and Furede-san. Please do not inform them. Sonozaki? You mean Mian? Why? Are you saying they have something to do with the incident? My friend's name's brought up so abruptly and being told to keep it a secret from them. I became rather angry. This is what they call investigative privilege, I suppose. Don't play games with me. Mian is a close friend of mine. I snapped at him, but he didn't seem too especially offended. I wouldn't mind telling you, but it may just upset you. Say it! He hesitated a little. Turning his gaze to the outside of the car, he began to speak after thinking for a bit. There's a possibility that the string of incidents happening here in Hinamizawa are a result of a village conspiracy. Becoming a snitch? Understandable to hesitate. There's no way that they could be right. Give me a break! First of all, is there any proof of that? No evidence. Also, each of the cases were resolved and none of the perpetrators had any direct connection to the village. Then how did you come up with that conclusion? Every year, the enemies of the village die on the day of the Watanagashi. Don't you think that's enough reason to suspect something? Only the residents of Hinamizawa felt that the day of the Watanagashi was scared. So basically, because incidents happened on that day, was somehow related to Hinamizawa. First, it was the dam construction foreman. Then it was the villager that supported it. Those the village hold a grudge against die one after another from mysterious causes. The means are different, but in the end, the result is the same. Unfounded, unreasonable suspicion. But it could just be shrugged off. So the victims after that. What was the Shinto priest and his wife's death? They weren't enemies of the village. The villagers had expected leadership from the Shinto priest at the time of the dam dispute. But he wasn't proactive. So there was a faction of villagers who harbored ill will towards him as a result. Oh. Ill will? It's not like he did anything bad to the village. What about the housewife? Did she die just because she was the wife of the brother of a supporter? That's such a trivial reason to kill someone. And what about Tomitake-san? He's not affiliated with the dam project at all. Was he killed just because he was an outsider? In the beginning, it fell on those related to the dam project. But as years went on, enemy threshold of the victims had become much lower. Well, that's the scary part. The bar keeps getting lower. What's scary about that? It means it's not just enemies of the village anymore. Just being an outsider is reason enough. The next year's victim, they're just going to be picked out of the village outsider pool. It might be a person that just moved here. What do you mean by... I swallowed my words. Here in Hinamizawa, the ones who would be considered the most outside would be my family. Okay, ads are gonna run, and the story's kind of juicy, and I don't want anybody to miss anything, so I'm gonna go BRB really quick. We'll come back in 3 minutes, and then we'll continue with the rest of the story, okay? I'll be right back! welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. I hope you guys had a good break. Scatter! They were making out again. What the heck? Welcome back. Thank you so much. Hi. Welcome back to all of you. Welcome back. All right. Let's continue with the rest of the story. So he's suspecting that the next person to be targeted is people who aren't native to Hinamizawa. Here in Hinamizawa, the ones who could be considered the most outside would be my family. It was proof enough that I wasn't. Wait, I was proof enough of that, wasn't I? I still couldn't really remember the names of the people I passed by. Then the next victims, my family. Was he saying it was gonna be me? But what does that have to do with Mion? I can't go into details, but the Sonozaki family led the Dan protests. Oh. Thought this was Truck Sim for a second. Yeah, I'm driving the car. Quite fervently so. This is also true of Mion Sonozaki-san herself. She has quite a few misdemeanor and obstruction of public worker offenses on her record because of the protest. Okay, I know she calls herself old man, but I didn't know she was that old. I know Mion knew of what it meant to fight. This was the first I've heard of her family leading the protest, though. Like, old enough to attend the protests and, like, do all this stuff. Then, well, what did it mean? Are you saying that Mion's family is involved with a string of incidents? I wouldn't go that far. I'm just saying that if it was a conspiracy, that they have the highest probability of being behind it. Not very clear explanation. I felt like he'd magnificently avoided the details I really wanted to know. We don't know who or how involved anyone is right now. That is exactly why I don't want to say anything to the villagers. Instead of answering, I gave a very bitter expression. It seemed that he understood it enough. Then to think of it like this. Kuro, welcome in. Thank you so much for checking into the blood bank. I don't want to worry the villagers who blindly believe it's the curse. How about that? What do you mean, how about that? How should I know? But the reasoning behind wanting me to not carelessly open my mouth about it wasn't too hard to comprehend. The perpetrator was here. It had nothing to do with a curse. He was definitely going to be caught by the police and made to pay for his crimes. And none of the villagers should have anything to do with the process. It may cause those sensitive about the curse to just worry needlessly. Just like everyone kept it from me so I wouldn't worry about it. It's now my turn to keep it from them so they didn't have to worry. I was just talking to myself. Unlike me, everyone else had been worrying over the mysterious incidents yearly, and then the incident this time was probably means a lot more to them. I didn't want to burden them anymore. In the end, everything went as the man had wanted, as insipid as it was. But it couldn't be helped. I understand. I'll keep it to myself. Is that fine? Mr. Ohoishi from Okinomiya Police Station. You can call me Kura-chan if you want. No. Oishi-san is fine. The way he said it was unpleasant. It retained hints of politeness. He was a spitting image of a vulgar police officer. Though I've never seen one this bulky before. In the cop shows I watch, holy shit, they just called him fat! I've taken up too much time. Your friends are waiting, aren't they? I should probably let you get back to them. The door opened with a click and in streamed the oppressive heat. It was blistering outside of the car. Was it really this hot of a day? It was almost cruel heat as opposed to the mechanical coolness inside of the car. It was as if the land of Hinamizawa itself suddenly hated me. It felt a little sad as that thought crossed my mind. Didn't mean to suspect your friends. Please don't misunderstand that. I refrained from telling him that it was too late to say something that self-serving. It's fine if you don't see or hear anything, Meibara-san. There's enough proof that the village is not involved. I'll contact you if I hear or see anything. But I'm no detective. Please don't expect too much from me. I won't. You don't have to become a detective. Just go on living as you have up until now. Just let me know if you notice anything. I hastily made my way back to the school building after giving him a quick bow. See you later. Farewell, Meibara-kun. I returned to the school building without looking back. How do you go back to, like, class and, like, play play a silly little board game with your friends after something like this. Like, dude, I'd be sweating. I'd be sweating. I'd have to go home. I don't think I could ever face my friends again. I don't know how much time had passed. I did feel bad for keeping them waiting, but now there was a lot on my mind. Tomitake-san's death was hard enough as it was, but to think that there was the possibility of village conspiracy? You may not build for the snitch life? Probably to not arouse suspicion. That's true. That's true. If he didn't show back up, it would be, like, even more suspicious. Worse still, there was also a chance that Mion was involved. Nonsense. Impossible. Not Mion, Rena, Satoko, or Yuka-chan. It was a group that attacked Tomitake-san. Who could the perpetrators be? Could it be that they were hiding here? Somewhere in Hinamizawa. I didn't know. All I could say for certain was that I knew Mion couldn't be the perpetrator. It's me-chan, the perpetrator. Yeah, that's ironic. Huh? I was startled to hear Rena's voice. With the rope in the lounge. Bah! Nope. No! Rena clutched her head while flailing about. Looks like you're just self-destructing over there. Wow. Keiichi-san, you're quite late. As you may well know, I'm seething with anger. Sorry about that. I was called into the staff room, you see. You were reprimanded for bad behavior? That's a shame. Well, it's been pretty heated over here. Since it's getting pretty late, let's make the next game the last one. If I remember right, I had 0 points. Isn't it pretty much decided that I'm gonna be finishing in last place? Don't worry, Keiichi-kun. I'm at negative one. How do you get negative points? The heck? Her score is lower than mine and I wasn't even playing. This is the final match to decide if the penalty is going to be carried out by Rena alone or by both Keiichi-chan and Rena. Yeah, right. Just let Rena do the penalty by herself. We made a promise, Keiichi-kun, that we would both win. I waited all this time, you know? You know? Ugh. I'm sorry about that. I followed my initial plan of showing Rena my cards, but I didn't say who was the criminal and just waited for her to call. Got it! The murderer is me! With the poison at the entrance. Is it? Is it? My, Rena, quite a quick answer. Another stab in the dark? Oh. How could you do that to her, Hime? She waited for you? I'm sorry! I'm sorry, I blame the cop. Rena's correct. Oh! Then it's decided that Keiichi-san shall take part in the penalty as well. Hooray! Keiichi-kun, let's do our best. Yeah, let's do our best. It's my fault, so I have no choice. Then that's game. It's me, Mion Shinozaki, ranked first, and dead last at Keiichi Meibara and Rena Ryugu. Everyone applauded, and the game ended. Oop. The problem now was the penalty. Now then, I ranked first, so I'll decide which you'll be buying for the gopher penalty. Why? Wait, what will she be making us buy? I wonder. Let's blacklist the drugstore. That was your aim, wasn't it? Huh? I don't have any business at the drugstore. This old man's already got a list prepared for you on this piece of paper. Whoa. There's a lot written here. A lot? Damn it. I keep accidentally skipping dialogue. What was she making us buy? 2 blocks of tofu, shampoo, and conditioner. Apple vinegar, and fried tofu. The heck is this? Is this her, like, grocery list? It looks more like a shopping list than a penalty. Me was certain she was going to win today. Rule 7 of our society, you cannot refuse any penalty. Here's some money. The shampoo I usually get is Fruit Fable. Thanks, it's literally her shopping list. This is just your grocery list! I promised myself that if I won next time, I'd make her go buy hemorrhoid cream. Holy shit. Dang. I mean, hey. She gets her groceries done. She doesn't have to do shit. She can just go home. Oh, that's the end of that chapter? There are 2 new tips. Okay, let me see these. There are more than 4 perpetrators in search notice. Buy my groceries, pay pig. Let's take a look at this. Hypovolemic shock induced by clawing out their own throats. Tissue was packed under the nails. Not someone else's nails. It's undoubtedly by the individual's own nails. Get yourself some cream for your seething ass pain. The shape of the scars also matches. Yeah, I know the immediate cause of death was suicide. I get it. You're saying the cause of death is unnatural, right? Kind of like when your back itches and you scratch a little too hard and draw blood. Nunayaki, welcome in. Thank you so much for checking into the blood bank. They had an itch they couldn't scratch. Some of Tometake's fingernails have been pulled out! It's actually quite simple to pull out one's own nails, but it really hurts. Under normal circumstances, the pain would prevent you from completely pulling them out. Also, there were a lot of bruises on Tometake's body. It's clear from the shape of them that he was assaulted by someone or a group of people. According to the toxicology report, the deceased was in an extreme state of hysteria right before death. Then he fought back and clawed out his own throat because of how hysterical he had become. The guys attacking him certainly would have been surprised by that. It is possible that in such abnormal environment a person could perform acts that a sane individual couldn't possibly imagine. Of course, those are very rare cases. Actually, Oishi-kun, that wood plank the deceased used as a weapon, they only found sand and paint from the guardrail on it. What about cloth fibers or skin? Nothing. The deceased didn't strike the assailants. Or it could be they took the plank he was fighting back with. Ah. In that case, they wouldn't have gone out of their way to replace it with murder. Or replace it with another, sorry. They'd take them all. Har, that's true. Tometake is pretty built and tanned. He was quite athletic. That's right. He was pretty active. Can't imagine what kind of sports he did when he was alive, but I think his physical strength would be on a higher side, meaning he would be difficult to overpower in a brawl. If a man with such a physique sensed he was in danger and swung the plank around quickly, it's just unthinkable that it wouldn't even nick the perpetrator. And his opponent was unarmed. This guy had a wooden plank, so you'd think he hit at least once. That's true. To surround and take down someone of his physique, I wonder how many people it would take. You dimwit! You should know better than anyone. Have you forgotten your bad cop days? If I was to take down this guy, how many would I need? When a group wants to take down big prey, it's fundamental to attack with numbers. I guess about 4? Even if there was a gap in their strength, they'd manage. Then there were quite a few perpetrators. Why the number 4 in particular? Because the number 4 would mean Rena, Shion, Sakato, and Rika. It's a knife.
It's a knife.
Flex! Thank you so much for the 21-month reset. Thank you for reforming your blood pack with me. I really appreciate it. It's a knife. So any drunken disorderly groups of more than 4 are suspicious? A group of 4 or more. Just if they had that many, then couldn't they have hidden the body in a less obvious location? Or did he somehow break away from that fatal predicament? Then there would be no reason to commit suicide. Moreover, I still can't comprehend the irregular way he died. Yeah, it's a terrible way to go. It's full of mysteries. It's under serious consideration on my end too. I'll be examining it as thoroughly as possible, but don't get your hopes up. Thank you for the hydrate. After all, we've never encountered a death like this before. I'm not hoping for much, but I'm looking forward to the results. Oh, Oishi-san, the chief is calling you. Thanks. See you around. Yeah, best wishes. 4, huh? 4 people, huh? Jiro Tometake, deceased, resided in a cheap hotel in Shishibone City. Registered under the name Jiro Tometake. Pen name. Travels via folding bike. No license. Dang, this guy can't drive! The bicycle was found 300 meters away, abandoned at the side of the forest path. Present on the day of the festival, accompanied by missing Mio Takano. Was seen around 9 p.m. by police, location afterwards unknown. Held residence in Hinamizawa for 1 week each season for the last 5 to 6 years. Freelance photographer specializing in wild birds. Check with magazine companies. Nothing suspicious in the film located among the articles of the deceased. Wallet was among the articles of the deceased. Mere act of violence? From the contents of his wallet, he spent most of his time around Tokyo and Chiba. Also the Sobu National Railway line. No individual matching the name Jiro Tometake in the residency records of any of the Tokyo wards. Compare teeth to dental records. Send to Metro Police. Attach a photo. Send to Metro Police. Contacting magazines regarding Jiro Tometake. Mio Takano missing. Nurse at Erie Clinic. Became close to Tometake through her passion for wild bird photography. So that's not his real name, it's just a pen name. Resides in Okinomiya X District. Single. Witness accompanying Tometake on the festival grounds. Currently missing. Abducted? Or maybe a suspect. An important person of interest. Had no motive to kill the deceased. Squabble of jealousy? Need to thoroughly investigate the relationship. Place of work. Etc. Need to get information from the police scene again. I want some cream puffs. 4 jumbo ones. Oishi. Dang! Bro can't drive? He's like my favorite green chuny anemic vampire. What? I can drive! I just choose not to. I just choose not to. Okay. I think this is a good place to save. We spent a little bit of time yapping. So my voice is getting a little tired at this point. So I think it's a good... what am I doing? I think it's a good point to stop here so that I don't completely kill my voice. Tomorrow, we're going to be playing Fields of Mystria, which is a farming simulator. So I hope you guys are okay with that. It's a good opportunity to yap, though, so we can do a lot of yapping if you would like. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and end here. Let me see. I think we will raid somebody. La 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 la. Let's raid. Yo. Nimimi raided us last time, so let's raid her. Thanks for stream. No, thank you for hanging out. I really appreciate it. We're gonna raid Nimimi Yane. She's playing Dredge. She's a mouse. She loves fishing. If you're new here, here are my socials. You can follow me on Twitter or Blue Sky. Oops. Hold on, let me make sure I do this. Or you can join our Discord as well. I always post live announcements in there. But yeah, here's the raid message as well. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I had a lot of fun. The story's starting to get really spicy. Honestly, I'm getting kind of annoyed at like the constant like silly start off with all of the chapters. I hope like from here on out it gets like a little bit more like thick, I guess you could say. Like I hope that like it like focuses more on the horror aspect. Cause sometimes like as they kind of like tease us with little bits of the darker parts of the story, I'm like, I need more, and I don't want like the silly jokester part, but I guess such is life. But yeah, I hope you guys have a good morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time of day it is for you. Make sure to get up, walk around, stretch, drink some water, eat something yummy, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Same time, same place. Be sure to follow the stream if you want to know when I go live. Atsuhime! I'll see you guys over at Nimi's. There's a raid message there for free to copy one. And I'll see you guys over at Nimi's, okay? Bye!